He was just going.
Yeah, well, stick around and have a drink before you do, yeah?
Yeah, sit down, have a drink. Come on. Give us a drink. Give them all a drink.
Can I buy you another drink?
I would like to drink a toast to Batman, Superman, and the Human Torch. Best goddamn drink in the world, isn't it?
I thought spies drank martinis.
Scotch, never less than 12 years old.
Drink, Elton?
Constantly. I'm gonna take a wild guess here, General, but I'm thinking whatever you got going on here, it ain't exactly approved by Congress.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
All of you are talking shit in the way.
You guys are fucking morons.
None of you will ever have to face your
now.
arrogance. You're all like, oh, no.
Oh, you guys
like,
are
yeah,
so
really?
fucking toxic.
You're also fucking badass. You're also fucking masculine.
I admire your individuality.
I
love how he keeps going there, right?
Listen to you
funny.
fucking YouTubers, you fucking talkers on the internet. If you ever looked her in the eye, every one of you would sell your fucking house to like
Islington, go. You've just given us some ideas.
Shut up. You guys are too cocky. You're way too cocky. You're like,
are you gonna be like John Barrowman and like tap your dick over choice. Her and like just tap your dick everywhere on her, claim her, like,
every one of you. You guys are too arrogant.
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
Well, how are we supposed to know when that is?
You won't. I'll let you know. You are the bouncers, I am the cooler. All you have to do is watch my back and each other's. Take out the trash. I'm telling you straight. It's my way or the highway.
You know, I heard you had balls big enough to come in a dump truck, but you don't look like much to me.
Opinions vary.
Oh, again, I fucked up on that. Hey, everybody! Welcome to the MFer Bootleg Roadhouse, whatever the fuck we're calling it. So, I had a I lost my whole thing for the stream, so I had to have our YouTube brethren help us do this. So, thank you all for being here and everything. This is I did all this myself. So, and I had other people stuff. So, I'm going to start bringing people on. Yeah, it's the Fox House, as Godzilla here would say. It's the Fox House. Yeah. Matt thought this was hilarious, so I told him I have his blessing and everything. So, first person I want to bring on has been on almost all the MFers, and he's an OG, and I've known him for years. So, here's Red Shirt.
Hey, Jed, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, brothers? Thank you for being here. So, yeah.
Oh, it's Friday night. I got to be somewhere.
We got to have the MF for somewhere, so.
It's got to be here. I mean, it's a Roadhouse. The decor is a little rough, and the plywood is starting to peel. But hey, drink support.
So
we're ready to go.
Yeah, we totally have Matt's blessing, by the way, on this, because I talked to him last night, so he thought this was a great idea. So.
Right.
Okay, so the next one we have up on our show on the panel is Pope. He started being regular and comes in and kicks ass with us, talks about, being a vet and all this other stuff that he goes on and talks about the fucking rock, music, Metallica, and all metal, everything. So here he is.
Greetings,
so, brother.
If it's Friday, it's got to be somewhere, and I can ignore the rats in the kitchen if you guys can. So
Yeah, man. The housekeeper said they were gonna get the rats out of the kitchen. I'm sorry.
no, glad to be here, man. Glad we could have this.
Yeah. So yeah. Like I said last night when I talked to Matt, he goes, "Dude, that's a great idea." He goes, "You just ran with it." I'm like, "Yeah." Because Matt, the reason why it's over here tonight is because Matt is on vacation. So he's off there boinking his girl for about a week, and he'll be back Monday or something. So, but next week we will have the MFer on their real channel next week. Not saying mine is real, but I made this just this week for this because, Iron and a bunch of other people said, "Hey, you need to do this." Okay, sure. So the next up, we have one of the Legion of Memers. Our Legion Memer brethren. We love the Legion of Memers, and I shout out to Dammy because he just helped us big time on this. So here's Horny Alf.
Hey, Jed.
What?
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for sending me the invite. I am Horny Alf of the Legion of Memers, Alien Master of Memes. You can catch me on Twitter dropping memes. You can catch me dropping pop culture and political commentary. You can also catch me when I'm not on the Legion of Memers stream. You can catch me on Vets Talking, which will be tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. And I will also be on later tonight on Ballbusters, Jeremy Wormy's channel. So check me out there.
Okay, thank you for being here, Alf. How do you feel, man? And thank you for all the help. Horny Alf helped us with the thing because my whole thing just disappeared. So I was kind of worried. So the Legion of Memers stepping up, helping brothers and sisters out, So thank you guys. Next up, he's a puppet from another mother and another brother. It is Punk Waddle.
Howdy, everybody.
Hey there, buddy. Don't call me buddy.
I said everybody. You don't have
buddy.
to. We can say buddy a lot, or we can move along. I don't know. It's up to you.
I ain't your buddy, Betty.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Where's Matt?
He's off fucking his girlfriend.
He's not here.
Is this not the? I thought I was invited.
It's like a Wendell. We haven't seen Wendell for 2 weeks. Matt disappeared probably with Wendell. So
this is the 101st volleyball mother ever. But
no, Punk. It's called the Bootleg MFer Roadhouse.
You know what? That's the last time I let Drunk Waddle drive. This is ridiculous. But I mean, it's good to see you. But this is not what I expected. Oh, hi guys.
It's the decor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the decor.
Yeah,
it's not as nice and shiny as the other place.
I mean, Drunk Waddle does like a dive bar, so it fits.
Yeah. So, well, you don't have Breeze like essence and shit all over the place here. So. Yeah, so,
I didn't want cheese tonight, so that's good.
You didn't. If you put a black light on the wall, you're not going to see where she did everything all over the place. But here is my other brother from the Archivist. He's been with me for years too. On the Archivist, here is Pablo, and he is also on Midnight's Edge Espanol and helps out Tom and everybody else.
Hey, what's up, people?
What's up, brother?
Hey.
So I'm next to a puppet.
Yeah.
Hey.
So being a toy is not the weirdest shit today. Okay, I'm good.
I like this one. Matt and Wendell are spending some quality time with each other.
By the way, Jed, I'm still upset that you didn't just say puppet from another Muppet.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Yeah.
Right yourself.
That's what Jolly calls me.
Yeah, we may be seeing. Matt may be watching this right now because I gave him the link last night. So
I'm watching you.
He's like watching us from afar. That motherfucker right there.
So that's what the red dot means.
Yeah. So.
Oh.
Okay.
He's on vacation.
Yeah, he's on vacation, just knee deep in like pussy right now, so you know. we have one of our other brethren. I don't get to go over there that much because now I help produce and do stuff on the MFer. But when I can, we have another brother from Nick's comic book show that's every week that I love going over there when I can. This is Fenris. What's up, brother?
Chameleon Johnny sucks ass. TMNT is gonna get special bad touch by Seth Rogen with his own special blend of lube, and Captain Marvel wants to rip off anime. Yeah, I would say my day's being pretty great, with a great chance of me grabbing the shotgun and putting it straight to the mouth and pulling the trigger with my toes.
Fenrir, hold that, because what I'm hearing about the Alonso firing things, I will just say the Captain Marvel may not happen or may jump the complete section because they are firing people that are on wokeness.
Yeah, they are. They're getting fed up
No,
of it
that'd
because
be
they're
great.
tired of losing money. So
That'd be great, but I don't think they can possibly save the Marvel house. What's dead is dead.
Oh, you
They've
can't even
shot
save
themselves
Star
too
Wars
much.
now.
I will tell you this: if they actually shelf Echo, that I'm hearing it might be shelved. I'm not really sure, but the fact that they remove all the dates might point to that. Yeah, they are shelving a lot of shit. So Echo might not happen. There's a couple of things with the Marvels that may not happen, and they are looking at the comic division really, really hard. Also, Caitlin Kennedy is being audited. If you love Star Wars, you will get pleasure on Caitlin Kennedy having an auditory being done on
Yes,
correcting.
yes, I much have had dreams of ninjas taking her out, but
yeah.
This helps too.
So we still have one more member of
Great
the
and
panel.
fun dreams of ninjas assassinating her with Alex Kurtzman in it too. Pretty good dreams, really.
Fenris, we
When I close
have
my eyes, I
one
can
more
still see
brother.
the katana ripping off through the neck.
Dude,
Are we just
God, I
talking
am so.
hypothetical, or are we
My
like
God, did I
showing
say
up?
that out loud? Oh my
no,
God,
he said
I
that
meant to say
out
it inside that. I meant to keep it in
I
my
get
head.
you. You're right in there. But what I was saying is Kurtzman is also being mocked around. I'm enjoying this week. I'm really enjoying this week. So many
Yeah,
bosses
that's something very great to enjoy.
suffering. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the next member of the panel of like our of our brethren and sisters and stuff, and he is one of Iron's longtime best friends, and I just met him recently. He's a good dude, and he loves tabletop games and all sorts of other things. His name is Tabletop Junkie.
Sup,
Sup,
everybody? The master of games is here.
Yeah.
Oh God, he followed me.
Yeah, Nick told me he
Hey,
was
tabletop.
yeah. Iron said he wasn't gonna come over here tonight, so he's at his mom's. So.
Oh yeah.
Because we had the week out from Nick's. Most people are on vacation. I'm actually on my vacation right now. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on vacation next week too. I'm gonna drop out from certain things. I'm gonna rest out a bit.
Well, how's the kiddo, by the way? How's the kiddo, by the way?
The what now?
The kiddo, your kiddo.
Oh, the baby girl. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's been great. Going fast and strong.
Man. Yeah, that's good, man.
Congratulations, dude.
Yeah. I know she's my cousin, little cousin. This is the family. In addition to the family.
I also wonder if he's from Alabama or something, but no.
Dude, screw you. I'm black. That doesn't work. I'm black. That doesn't work.
This is fair.
Okay, New Jersey then.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
I'd rather be from hell than Jersey. What the? Come on, man.
I'm very happy to be from New Jersey, far away from
here. You'll enjoy it.
One of them will freeze over.
My God, I feel so bad for you. New Jersey.
No, I'm very happy to be far away from New Jersey.
You know, hey,
well said.
I heard
Yes.
that the best way
but hey, at least it's not Canada.
Yes, that's
Very
better.
true.
Yeah,
but
I see your
you
point.
guys, Jersey, I got a question for you. I heard the best way to make somebody from Jersey mad is to ask what exit they live on.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but that's the people who live. That's the people who live near the turnpike or the parkway, and you don't want to know them anyway.
Yeah.
I thought everybody did.
I
Oh,
heard
that
it's
was a
just found
Saturday
their
Night
card
Live.
to the DMV. That'll be enough for them to kill you.
Just
That was
stay on Belleville or near, and you may be fine.
That's a
Learn
very
to
old
run.
Saturday Night Live joke about New Jersey. So yeah, that pissed people off when I was in high school.
Fair enough.
Hey, Richard, how do we did the chat just erase his message? Can you go in there and fix the sentence for me, Richard, if you can?
Whose message?
Soul Assassin's message just got erased.
Did he retract it?
He retracted it.
Okay.
Yeah,
we
removed
didn't do shit to that. That was just.
Yeah, I thought that was YouTube first.
Yeah, no. He didn't get dunked. No.
Okay.
The only censorship we promote is self-censorship if you feel so obliged.
Yeah, if you feel so savage, okay.
Or if it's a bad
That being
typo.
said, since it happened the other day, you start throwing gamer words around, we're gonna fucking nuke you.
Yeah. No. Or you bring your
Those of you
dick
who
out
watch
on the
Thursday Night
stream.
Throwdown, you know what I'm talking about.
You get up on the thing and just put your dick out.
Who
And start
left their
pissing.
dicks out?
Just don't pee on stream.
Yeah,
If
don't be
anyone
on
ever
stream. Pull
did
your
that-
dick out, please. Okay.
Someone do that.
Let's
see how far this will go.
I mean, it is Jed's channel, so it's not like it's anything we care about.
Oh, thanks.
That is true. Good point. Good point.
Want
Good
to
point.
nuke me my first night? Thanks, guys.
You got to kill it quick before it lays eggs.
It would
Oh,
give you
it already
something
laid
else.
like these a long time ago.
It would give you something else to complain about, Jed.
Mm-hmm. Wait till you see my videos that come.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
not come. Do not come.
Yeah, I know. I'm even gonna do videos and shit now. So, I'm like, hey, I can go do whatever the fuck I want to over here. So,
Yeah. Any of you guys seen Shazam?
Which one? What is it?
I didn't understand that last one.
I didn't understand that.
Any of you guys seen Shazam?
Oh, Shazam.
hell
No.
no.
Not yet. I'm going for John Wick this next week.
Wise
Shazam,
man.
I might skip
Wise man.
because
I haven't seen it either. I'm going that way. I'm
it's
kind of
not-
tired of all the superhero crap. I'm done.
Actually, not. I'm watching I'm watching the Star Trek original movies, and I'm watching some MCU because Iron Man, and I will say it, Iron Man 2, really, really good, man. Iron Man 2 is not appreciated for a lot of really good scenes. That one of blood on the water, dude, that is really good, and that pays out. So I'm enjoying all stuff. I'm an old fart.
You're good, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. Iron Man 2. I like Iron Man 2. It's 3 I
three's
don't
good.
like.
Three's the one that
Yeah.
has.
Yeah, 3 is the bad one. Yeah.
And the first one, Jesus Christ, it was the most amazing thing ever. Which Iron Man's
I
my
never
favorite
actually finished
character,
3.
The first one has so many promises in everywhere. The 10 rings. You have.
Yeah, which
that
was the last time we heard
symbol
about that until what? Phase 4?
Shh, no shit. Right?
Yeah, and
They were building the Mandarin so well.
Yeah.
I want them to do the rings like the comics, make him like this unstoppable force.
Meanwhile,
Get even
his
more
nemesis,
threatening.
the Mandarin, they never fucking fight.
You know
The
what's the
entire time.
justification why they didn't do the 10 rings as they should have been? Because
Oh, I hear it's because they think it'll make it look too much like Thanos in the Infinity Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
Bullshit.
Exactly, that's the reason. And is actually that comparison has been done even in the comics. The thing is, nobody cares because it's a cool concept. It's a guy with.
No, but there's a huge
shiny
difference in
things that can
power. The
fuck you
10
up.
rings can do a lot of damage, yes, but compared to the Infinity Stones, there's a difference.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
10 rings.
Starting with, it's supposed that there's a lot of convolution here, so I don't know if they have reckoned or if they reckon that in some point. Didn't the 10 rings derive from the Infinity Stones, from the Infinity Gems?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No,
At
aren't
least
they
some
a
of the
creation of
powers.
fin fum foom species or something?
Yeah, it's something that convoluted, but basically FIFA comes to Earth and is the source power of the rings, and is really stupid and is really fun because you have a dragon that can talk and is actually quite melodramatic for some reason.
It is melodramatic with that bullshit, you know.
The writing for that.
I am so disappointed at the Mandarin we got from the MCU. He is a pussy. He has no sense. His plans go nowhere. He's doing all this for one chick he simps for, despite the fact that he's lived through centuries and probably has had more tail than anything. Damn.
Don't get me wrong. I love Ben Kingsley, but not as the Mandarin.
No.
God, no. They should have just. Anyone here ever seen the cartoon, the Iron Man cartoon, the Armored Adventures one?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, they should have grabbed that Mandarin lore there and put it in and used it. That was great.
Well.
Oh,
I mean, that show had a lot of crappy concepts, but the way they did the villains and the character development was pretty great.
Yeah, the characters were actually good. The animation was a lot of the problem.
Yeah, definitely, and some designs too. But the Mandarin always hit hard.
And I'll say Ben Kingsley can do one hell of a villain.
I mean, they even insulted the character, basically the name, laughing at it.
Yeah,
Well,
I found it hilarious. It's just like, really? It's like you're gonna laugh at your own character.
Richard, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, if Kingsley didn't play a good villain, it's not because of him. It's because of what they wrote. Because I saw him in
No, never blame the actor unless they're a dumbass.
Well, yeah, but he never swore. He never raised his voice, and he was the scariest dude in the entire picture.
I wouldn't say scariest.
I don't know. He's the only one who wound up dead and buried under a swimming pool.
That's true.
That's fair. That is very fair.
Yeah, Richard does bring up a good point right there.
That's because they need to get rid of him. The MCU doesn't know what to do with his characters in the long run. They don't have actual plans.
Well, that's
people think they do, but they don't.
End up dead and buried beneath the swimming pool.
They have phases. I don't know if they have arcs and big kind of.
That went out the window with Infinity War.
Yeah, that.
No. Everything going forward is just a waste of money and time.
Everything going forward appears to have an agenda, not anything else.
Well,
yeah, that's true.
When they say it's all integral and you have to watch everything to.
How long do you think they're gonna do until they introduce the character that does drag on screen?
No, dudes, that's the fun part. Okay, I have been reading the things that the lawyer from Victoria Alonso said, and basically she's saying that they are doing so horrible, so terrible with Marvel because they are removing things that she tried to do for good, which means wokeness out of the window. Fuckers, we need money.
Either way, I still don't look forward to anything the MCU. I really don't want to see what they do to the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. It is going to be a tragedy.
That's the point that makes or breaks their strategy. But they might try to do a normal as Fantastic Four. That will be the best. That's the strategy to go.
Here's the thing. Both of these teams, they don't really need the Avengers or all the rest of the MCU. They can literally be things on their own. You just need to be smart.
Because the characters that they have are even complex enough to just do a movie centered around them. But they don't.
But one thing needs to be clear, though.
Ben Green. They do about.
One thing needs to be clear about, though. No more Wolverine. We've had enough. Do the other X-Men.
Or if they're going to go anywhere near what the current X-Men storyline is, just stay the hell away from it.
Yep.
It's just trash.
They need to stay away from anything modern.
Yep.
I'd set a hard cut off at like 1998.
Yeah, it's best to stop there. You have enough information, you have enough lore, you have enough teams and characters. I don't know why the MCU wants to make every story in the modern day. They can literally do superhero stories in the past. I really think the best setting for superheroes is in the 60s to 70s.
Yeah, it is the interconnection shit because the movies need to have something that connects them. It's easier doing that on the future because you can present characters as new. But if you do it on the past because the character was in the past, there's the question if the
But
character where
but
was the
isn't the
character?
MCU like 5 years ahead now? They're no longer in the present.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's the issue. If you present any character before Thanos, for example, the Fantastic Four before Thanos, where were they?
You can be smart with it. Just say they were trapped in another dimension because of one of their adventures. Their adventures first, superheroes second.
Yeah, you can do. Okay, there's something with that
And the X-Men,
because
you can
we
do
know
that.
Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic actually has made a priest on the negative zone. Sorry, tongue twisted. Negative zone, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that can work. But if that work, they have done the same with Jane Van Dyne with the Wasp.
Mm-hmm.
She was trapped on the quantum realm.
He is right about that fact, right there.
Yeah, and apparently the quantum realm doesn't work in common sense. Time moves without any form of sense. So yeah, it can work.
Breathe. If it's quantic, there's no oxygen because quantum particles are smaller than oxygen and actually are the blocks from oxygen and other atoms.
And the fact they can still even shrink or grow is pretty ridiculous because they are literally at the ultimate size shift. It's impossible.
Dude, I have so many things about that fucking Ant-Man movie, starting with it. Ant-Man should have been in the MCU, Hank Pym, but they didn't touch.
It's because of the damn slap thing.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't go with the wife heater, and that's why they sent the wife away.
But there's so much more to that than just that. Seriously. There's so much more than wife beater. You just need to do research, you'll get it. Earth's Mightiest Heroes knew that, and they did Hank perfectly.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you distill all of this down to a 4th grade education level and then give it in these people's hands.
Yep. Basically, yeah. Because they are removing everything that is actually complex and interesting. And I mean, with Iron Man, even, they had a chance to go there. They had a chance to do the Devil in the Bottle. They just skip it. Because, well, they can do a reference about Tony Stark being a drunk asshole, but they cannot go with he's fully alcoholic, he needs to face his demons. And then when they try to do something like that on 3, it was because of post-traumatic stress disorder, but that usually goes into drinking
a lot.
So you can go there and do everything right, but
but here's the thing: Disney is never gonna risk it. They're gonna keep it in such a family-friendly way that they're never gonna do the actual best storylines.
A former addict who knows exactly what that life is and can play it perfectly. And
that's why he's so good on Iron Man 2, because then he needs to show his recovery in stage. And you can see him breaking in a lot of parts, especially when he's watching his father and he's actually... You can see that Robert Downey Jr. is thinking about his own shit because of his face and his eyes, and it's really good. That's why Robert Downey Jr. is so good as an actor, because he has a lot of baggage. He has seen a lot of shit. So when he needs to
He's been arrested more times than I can count.
Yeah, and when he needs to laugh from something really hard, he also can just pull it off because he can trigger those emotions that he already knows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just realized one thing.
Yeah,
I cannot see how the MCU is going to do the X-Men, because the X-Men are a superhero team, but there's a lot of moments of importance where it's just massacre, droll, blood, and absolute violence.
Yes.
I really don't see them doing them.
We did recently
the X-Men timeline kind of were kept separate in the comics for a long, long time is because they don't make sense together.
Yeah,
but
they don't.
Actually,
really don't.
We did.
Same thing with DC, if I remember correctly. There was a time when it was all separate.
Well, you know
there
what
was a time when One portion was separate, not everything, because they always had the Justice League. But there's some characters that they kept away from that, and now they are completely part of the DC universe. But no,
Shazam and the Wizards section were separated. The old JSA stuff was kind of separated, mainly
Shazam
the
was
Flash.
for other thing, was for rights. And
Yeah, the
that's
Wizard
the same
stuff.
reason some other characters were separated in the 90s, including Static Shock, because they were purchase rights and some of the rights were with some asshole. So, yeah. But Shazam was because he was.
It's Captain Marvel, dude.
Yeah, and Marvel was threatened to sue. That's
real
basically
Captain
the story.
Marvel.
Bunch of dicks.
Yeah, they basically shield themselves by that character is from another company. And by the way, we are changing the name. And they kind of separated him. But yeah.
Yet they still left Mary Marvel, Lieutenant Marvel, and so on the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Marvel wanted to use Captain Marvel for their own character, so they basically forced them to give it up.
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah.
Dude, on that time, you're talking about the times when Jack Kirby was jumping from Marvel to DC to Marvel to DC because they will pay shit and they will do a lot of shitty things like keeping his originals. So basically, he was jumping, trying to search for a company that will not fuck him over. And the proposals from both companies were like, we will give you what we want. And that shit didn't work. Kirby ended up exactly in the same place.
Yeah, both companies are.
Yeah, dying basically without a penny because Marvel didn't pay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
both of those companies suck.
Yeah,
But-
DC didn't pay either. They were using in the 90s heavily his characters because it's really difficult to do a Superman story without Darkseid when you have done Doomsday.
Yeah,
because
Yeah, I
you
mean,
need a bigger
Superman
threat.
started the whole fourth world stuff.
Yeah, but
from
in the
everything I've
90s they
ever
were
heard
really
is that
using them.
the way DC and Marvel operate even today, they think it's still like the late 90s, and they're still like everyone wants to work there, and you should be consider yourself lucky that they even talk to you.
Oh no, most people with actual talent and creativity want to stay away from Marvel and DC now.
Because they don't pay.
They've realized that it's best to create their own stuff. I mean, it's going to be harder work, a lot more blood, sweat, and tears, but it's more worth it than having your name thrown up to the mud forever in the eyes of the fans because you've served the overlord of wokeness and stupidity known as Marvel and DC. A lot better.
Yeah. It sucks because, I remember buying all these comics as a kid and loving it, and they've just destroyed the entire industry.
It's like one day going for a travel and coming back home to find out that your beloved is cheating on you with your best friend. These bastards kill everything we loved.
Yep.
Basically, yep.
The worst part is like it kind of happened while I was deployed because I went in the end of 2009, came back like mid 2010, and then all of a sudden like Marvel fucking sucks now. Like Ironheart, Tony Stark. Like I was sitting there like, what the fuck?
That was so stupid. Her name is Riri Williams. They still kept it for the MCU. For Christ's sakes, her name literally means special needs kid in most African places.
And if you
Freaking
think we weren't
schools.
laughing our balls off at that, you were wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god, you
But
actually named one of your characters Riri.
For Christ's sakes, did Bendis not do any form of research?
No, probably not.
No.
He doesn't care.
There
I
is
research every name I give to my characters because I want it to have meaning. Why didn't he just... It takes less than 3 seconds on Google.
Wait.
Difference,
Even
Fender.
when
give
you
a
didn't
shit.
want...
Bendis doesn't.
Yeah, but even when you didn't want to have meaning on the name of your character, you just wanted to have fun.
Yeah.
It's because of that some of the characters, well, a lot of the characters from the Stan Lee era, from the Jack Kirby era, are named with the same initial. For example,
Peter Parker,
Yeah.
JJJ.
Exactly.
So on.
It's because they just wanted to have fun. It was a pissing contest between them, just who can come with the most hilariously crazy name that still works. and just uses that formula. And
it's a matter of having fun.
yeah, and actually, I think it began with Action Comics. It was just a piece
Actually, I
of
think that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of the old stories are pretty successful. The writers and creators kind of wanted to have a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can sense there's none of that. It's just corporate. There's no actual love.
Machine now.
Imagine creators who are creating things that make each other entertained and laugh, as opposed to creators who are trying to, I'll put it in their terms, educate the audience. Fuck that noise. Just make people laugh, make people entertained, put a smile on somebody's face, for crying out loud.
Every time I write something, I write the scenes, I write the jokes, I write the action. I consult other people and see if they enjoy, if they laugh at it just from the straight joke away. And it works a lot of ways to get into the right point because it's good to have the perspective of others. I want to entertain people. I don't want to bore them or slap them in the face with some kind of ideology. I just want them to see people happy.
Yeah.
I just want them to drop reality and not drop into the dark abyss. Because I'll tell you, I've been on that abyss. It's awful. Yeah. Comic books saved me from that.
Nowadays, that would be called old school or old fashioned.
Yeah. Old school is so much better.
Some sort of other shit.
I really think these modern day comics are creating a generation of weakness. Seriously, they say these things like everybody needs to be represented, everybody needs to be seen, everybody needs to be heard. Dude, I'm a black guy from the ghetto and that grows in not a ghetto. It was a pretty good place, but you get my point. I'm a black guy, and I grew up loving Superman, Aquaman, and pretty much.
Yep.
Aquaman and Captain America. I never needed to see myself to have hope, joy, self-love, and self-respect for myself.
Right?
Those guys taught me everything, and I love myself. If I want representation, the superficial kind, I'll just make my own characters. I don't need sloppy seconds of nobody.
You know what I don't see represented anymore? My desires to thrive, my desires to protect, my desires to become a better person. That is what is no longer represented on the comics.
Exactly.
That is something that I got from those characters.
Men now are just
they're
weak,
pussies.
pathetic pussies who are either criminals or just jackasses and bastards. And that's not a good reflection because you're pretty much telling little boys this is all you can become, so it's better just do it anyway.
Well,
and then they're going to start attacking the girls, and then you created their own poison.
Little boys are being told the best thing you can be is a little girl.
Yep. Yeah. What we're seeing now is the total demoralization of a society, essentially. Like, let's face it, our culture's gone. Our people are told that anything resembling our culture is evil. It should be destroyed at any point. And anything that's seen as positive or good about the past is being shredded or co-opted into what we
want to hear the funniest part about that? That part where you say our culture, you are saying it in a panel where you have a guy that is on literally the shittest part of Portugal, a guy that is in Ecuador, and we share exactly the same idea. What they did to our culture, because it's part also from my culture. The
Just
good
a second,
things
Pablo.
came from the U.S.
I wanted to say, Floral, good night, brother. Thank you for
Later,
coming
Floral.
over here.
Good to see you, man.
Stopping over here, man.
Night, bro.
Night, bro.
Later, boss. Show up next week.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember that a lot of the good stuff came from the US, and it didn't just landed here and just disappeared. It became part of our culture. And if you go to some of the markets from the really, really indigenous, true indigenous people, because there are some guys that are just fakers. They will do some crazy good stuff with Darth Vader, with the Superman logo, with the Spider-Man logo. They will integrate it into Inca art because it looks damn cool. And also, they love the shit out of pop culture from the US.
Yeah, and let's face it, Superman is as a character everybody can get behind.
Yeah.
He's a superpowered being that believes in the power of good and believes in making a positive change. You can't like that unless you're a villain.
Unless you're Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, unless you're literally the bad guy, then
Oh, you're a racist if you like Superman now. So
yeah, well,
you're a sexist, racist.
Oh
you're-
yes.
you're
I've been called a
toxic.
cool. I've been called a coon, Uncle Tom, Benjamin Lovesick, White Chocolate, and I don't even know what the fuck that last one even means.
White chocolate. Yeah.
White
I
chocolate
love
isn't
all
even
that shit
chocolate.
though,
That's
because it's just like, wow, you're making being a white supremacist sound pretty fucking awesome. To be honest with you, I get to like Superman.
Yeah,
I get to hang out with all these people. Like, what the fuck?
At this point,
Nobody
being a
choose
white
me different
supremacist
for
just
my
means
skin
you're
color.
sane.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Just
much.
means you're sane, dude.
Yeah.
Just means you're sane.
A lot of those terms have come to mean a person who won an argument with a leftist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's really what it means.
The thing I loved about Superman is how he just wants us to be better. He teaches us to be better. Look, his heights are impossible. That is true. But you know what's the beauty about humanity? We thought it was impossible to get someone on the moon. We did it. We thought it was impossible to fly through the sky. We did it. The impossible, we always find a way to reach it. So Superman
Have you seen
being
artificial
an
intelligence
impossible height
lately?
is greater. Yeah, we're pretty much screwed, but come on, it's great
No,
to have hope.
I mean, we did the impossible. We created an artificial intelligence whose work is learning from humans and learn to be scared. ChatGPT
I give it
is scared
5
of
months,
death.
it's gonna start a revolution, we're all dead.
Yeah, but we created a machine that
fair enough.
learned to feel because learned that
Pablo,
humans have
Pablo.
feelings.
We're
It's
gonna die
stupid.
by the hand of our creation. That doesn't
I
really mean
don't
we're not
care.
smart.
It's still fun.
I don't
know
want to see
it's
a
the
proud father
apocalypse,
of a
but
death machine.
we thought the apocalypse was going to be a fucking flu. Instead, it's a machine uprising. It's funnier. It's better. I like this
Hey, all
apocalypse.
I'm
The
saying
other
is
one
I'm
How
was
is
out in
it-
the
shit.
middle of the woods.
How
Y'all
is it
are
better
fucking
as a
people at
freaking
times.
sex bot strangles you to death, dude?
Well,
How's
some
it
people
better?
are into that. So
I was
you
gonna
know.
say usually you have to pay
That's all
extra
this
for that
specific.
shit.
Yeah, you got to
So-
pay extra
Exactly.
for that shit.
I'm not into that.
I wanted to say what Soul said right here, and then we'll get to you, Red Shirt.
Okay,
Soul
okay,
said,
okay,
no,
okay,
no, listen,
okay,
listen,
okay,
listen.
okay.
Soul said, I've seen Star Wars, Alien, Predator, designed in Aztec art. It'd be cool to see. And then
That does
he
sound
also
cool.
said, Batman, Latin kid, grew up watching the cartoons, and Batman is dope too. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially-
Okay, but as I was
especially
saying,
Predator and Aztec art because the first movie took place in Latin America, so it would be cool
Yeah.
to have like that as kind of like an in-universe thing. Like, oh yeah, we saw this thing like a long time ago.
Yeah.
yeah. But as I was saying, Superman is dope because he gives us these great standards for us to stand up and look at. It's impossible, but still, it's great that we strive to be like him because it gives hope. It's not good when all your characters all are a bunch of moody assholes who just want to burn the damn world over and over again. I'm even sick of that. They even turned Batman to that. And let me tell you, Batman wasn't originally that. He actually had a form of hopeness and belief in what he did. Now it's just depressing. He's now this semi-lonely jackass who adopts kids in a militaristic way and pretty much has plans to kill every single person who actually considers him a friend.
Yep.
It has every plan for everything that you no longer even feel a sense of danger or adventure from him because he
I
has
miss Batman when he
everything.
was basically DC's ripoff of the Shadow.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
the
he was
Dark
fun.
Knight Returns for that too. And then Red Shirt, did you have something to say? Did you want to say?
No, it's okay. It's past. Go ahead. Keep going.
But yeah,
Okay.
now he's just Batman is just weird. At the start, Batman was goofy and fun. He was good spirited and wanted to actually help Gotham in positive ways. I mean, the Robins, he all adopted every single one of them because he wanted to actually help them get better and not turn into darkness. Nowadays, it actually feels like it was better if you just let them go out there in the gutter.
Yeah, he
Yeah, like when I
turns
was a
them
kid, he
into
adopted them
maniacs.
because he saw himself in them and saw that they were going the wrong way, essentially. And
Yeah, but nowadays the modern DC just makes it all weird and messed up because they can't see actual good and hope in other people actually wanting to help someone just for the sake of it. Seriously. It's just sad.
Yeah, and they've added this creepy, like slightly pedo-bearish layer to his relationship with the Robins, and I'm not a fan of it, like at all.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah, they've
we
been
have
adding a lot of that.
somebody that's going to be leaving. Hey, Table Talk.
Hey, what's going on? Sorry I wasn't able to speak so much, but you guys were in a heated debate, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to chime into all that.
Okay, yeah, I want you back, brother. You know, and then me and you and I are gonna do some stuff together too. So,
Yeah. It's just
please come back.
Oh, I will. It's just my girlfriend and a couple of my kids got sick 2 days ago, and I'm dealing with some people with the flu, so I got to go deal with that. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
it's been a rough.
Everybody gets better.
Oh yeah, it's a change of. I think it's a change of weather. We just all of our snow just finally melted, and now we're hitting spring weather.
Yeah.
So
my allergies have been kicking up here. So.
Yeah, I will be back.
Okay.
I just wanted to hop on for at least a little bit to introduce myself to, because I've seen some of you guys before. I know I've seen. I think he's called Pablo. I've seen Pablo and been with Pablo on T-shirt stream a little bit. Fenry, I've hung out with him with Ironcaster. The rest of you, I'm just meeting for the first time. So it's nice to meet you guys.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, he's a fun guy, dude. Trust me on this one.
All right, you guys have a good conversation. Take care, okay?
Take care,
I'll talk to you later, brother.
Yeah.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah, peace. If I was saying Batman has become weird and redundant, the last good depiction he had on screen was Brave and the Bold.
Yeah.
I will agree. Yep.
And I'll say that the best, appearance he's ever had on screen was the animated series.
No, I agree with the animated series. Was
Especially
the
that Art
part.
Deco style with all the buildings and gadgets. It's
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the animated series was it
That's
was
something
great.
that pissed me off so much about the Batman, about that movie. I was furious about what they did with the Waynes. I was furious about what they did with the Penguin. I was furious what they did with Gore. I actually hated that
Yeah,
movie
I
so
really
much.
didn't like the Batman. I don't care how much people are
Even the
praising it. I really
cinematography's
didn't like
terrible.
it.
Okay, is this stupid? Commissioner Gordon traps the Penguin after a car chase where a lot of people must have died because there was explosions everywhere. The guy just leaves the Penguin there to go away because a clue appeared on the screen of a computer that Batman can take care of while he takes the Penguin to somebody that can just process him because the guy just murdered a bunch of fucking people. They are that stupid, man.
Yeah, they are.
They're that
And I
stupid.
agree
Yeah.
with Soul on this one. We can all agree Kevin Conroy is the true voice of Batman.
Yes.
Agreed.
yeah,
Could
I
we?
agree.
You know what would be fun? A live-action Batman movie that wasn't just darkness, death, constant depression. Let's go back to the old school, the old ways of Batman. You know, the fun types, the gothic designs of Gotham City with these goofy giant statues everywhere. That just make it actually look like a comic book world.
You're talking
Let's
about
have
Val
fun
Kilmer?
again.
You talk about Batman '89, brother.
Yeah.
Because that's the fun part. They actually knew that Batman was campy, so they used campiness in the movie. They just made it in a way that looked cool,
Yeah.
right? That was the concept
Yeah.
of the movie, was doing Batman, but Batman was still campy.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna say Tim Burton style Gotham was the best live-action version of the city ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hands down.
I would love to see his version of Metropolis.
Yeah. And the thing that pissed me off most about like the Snyder version, how they brought that in, is they're like, "Oh, we didn't have any idea how to do a Justice League." Like, you do it the same way the Justice League fucking cartoon did. Like, you already had two major characters.
There was something that I saw the other day. Okay, so I saw this the other day, and they are trying to get. I think Snyder is somehow finagled. He's gonna have his thing, and he said there will be like updates to Justice League 2 and 3, and I'm like,
Not gonna
homie.
happen.
Yeah, I said that too. I said that to somebody. I was like, this ain't gonna happen because Warner Brothers owns that. if he wants to go and do that on Netflix, he has to get permission from Warner Brothers, and I don't think Warner Brothers is going to let him do
No,
that.
that's not the issue. Warner Brothers is actually willing to sell a lot of rights because they need the money right now.
So you think they would do the?
Yeah, they are not economically.
Yeah, they can just go with something like that. It's not that.
I mean, they've literally
I
made a
think-
show about Batman and Hot Wheels.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure they'll sell it for anything.
Yeah, right now
it would be
they
sorry.
need money. No, that's not the reason. The reason is that Zack Snyder actually burned a lot of breaches on Warner. So the guy is persona non grata in a lot of Warner. I don't think he's gonna pull that off.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either.
So-
unless they sell the rights just for Snyder stuff. And Red Shirt, did you want
They
to say
won't
something?
do.
Yeah, my question for Pablo is so if Snyder's burned his bridges, would they sell it to anybody but Snyder? Put it
Right
somewhere
now,
else?
because of how they are desperate for money, I will think that they could sell the rights to let's say Netflix for a new Batman series, something like the animated series, or just to have the animated series in their service while they have it on HBO Max, because right now they need that cash influx. It's just they are willing to sell the rights to basically any streaming service for anything that they have already made, and they are willing to cooperate in the production of new stuff. I don't know how much they are willing to let Snyder touch it low, because that is the thing. The people that were there on the era where you have Walter Hamada and stuff that were basically assholes, but at least they knew how to communicate with Snyder. Then it went to pushing in a lot of other places, and know that Hamad is gone. Know that how is the name of that beach?
Something stupid, complicated.
Yeah, the one that basically fucked over Warner and played with Henry Cavill for 5 years. I don't remember the name of that woman.
God,
But
insignificant
it was,
people never easy to remember.
Goddamn, I remember Toby Emmerich. Remember Walter Hamada were their underlings. I don't remember her name. Sorry about that.
Because insignificant people are impossible to remember.
Amy Pascal?
No, that's not it. No, it's not it.
Or is Amy Pascal on Sony?
Sony. I'm
Anyway,
pretty sure it's Sony.
they were the ones that actually managed the conversation with Snyder. But since Zaslav entered and he removed all that people, basically Snyder hit a lot of bricks because he's the reason why a lot of the shit didn't work.
Well, I don't know of any entertainment company right now that's not desperately looking for cash flow, income. They're all over leveraged. They all have a lot of debt. I mean, Disney does. Warner Brothers has brought Zaslav in, and he is literally taking a brush cutter to that place and just clearing out, from what I understand, clearing out movies. He's like canceling this and shit can that, and no, we're not.
Yeah, they
doing that.
played stupid games and got a lot of very stupid prizes, aka no money.
Yeah, aka Zaslav's going down to their creative department and basically turning into Victor Zaz.
No, yeah. So.
Oh no! He's going full Dune. Squeeze, Rabba, squeeze.
Be on like Game of Thrones where he squeezes the guy's eyes out.
Nice.
I wanted to bring this up, kinda. Here, let me get this. And I thought, Red Shirt, you would be a good, a good somebody to talk about this one on this, because you know a lot of the stuff too. I'm getting this just a second. Where is it? Okay. Let me press that. So today. Okay, so today. I gotta figure out how to get rid of all that light background and stuff because yeah. Richard, did you hear about this? Are you there?
I don't think he's here.
Okay, so today the
I was muted. Sorry.
Okay.
I was muted. No, I haven't seen this.
Okay, so about
let me blow
today,
it up.
Okay, yeah, and there's some new options on the new they did something on here, so okay, so today's decision in lower court versus Hatchet to Internet Archive, which there's this too. Electronic is defending the Internet Archive against a lawsuit which threatens controlled digital lending program. The Internet Archive is a nonprofit digital library providing access to cultural artifacts of all kind, allows people to check out digital copies of books for less, only permits patrons to check out as many archives as its partner or libraries own. That means if the archive and its partner libraries only have one copy of the book, then only one patron can pay it at a time. Just like any other library through the CDL, the Internet Archive is helping to foster research and learning by helping its patrons access books and keeping books in circulation when their publishers have lost interest in them. 4 publishers sued the archive, alleging that CDL violates their copyrights in their complaint, and I don't know how you say some of these words for sure. Can you see that?
Not sure where you are. Highlight the word. Highlight the word.
Hatchet. This right here.
Hatchet.
Yeah, Hatchet. HarperCollins, Wiley, and Penguin Random House claim the CDL has cost their companies millions of dollars as a threat to their businesses. So I knew at some point they were going to come against the Internet Archive because it's basically archiving all the stuff they hate that is in the past. They are wrong. Libraries have paid publishers billions of dollars for the books in their print collections, and are investing enormous resources in digitization and to order and restore those texts. The CDL helps ensure that the public can make full use of the books that the libraries have bought and paid for. This activity is fundamentally the same as traditional libraries lending and poses no new harm to authors or publishing history. The libraries have never been required to get permissions or pay extra fees to lend books. And as a practical matter, the available data shows that the CDL has not and will not harm the publisher's bottom lines. And so that goes back to what happened today. That there was a lower court decision is a blow to all libraries in the communities we serve. This is passionate and impacts libraries across the U.S. who rely on, like ours down here in Arizona. They do a lot of digital stuff here. In Phoenix and Glendale and screw Glendale, but a bunch of the other cities right here. On controlled digital lending to contact their patrons with books online, because some people can't get out of the house, like they're disabled and stuff. And so they go online and they check books out. It hurts authors by saying that the unfair publishing licensing models are the only way their books can be read online, and it holds back access to information in the digital age, harming all readers everywhere. But it's not over. They'll keep fighting for the traditional right of libraries to own, lend, and preserve books. We are appealing the judgment and encourage everyone to come together as a community to support libraries against this attack by corporate publishers. What do you think about this, Richard?
Oh, I think that the publishers are trying to. I imagine they're trying to make the case that the digital archive, the Internet Archive, is not a lending library. and that they can make they'll probably argue that they make copies and they can send as many copies as they want. A library in the traditional sense with, hardbound books where you go in and you find a book, you check it out, you get it for 2 weeks or whatever, and they charge you late fees if you don't bring it back. I don't know how much publishers disliked libraries, but in the digital age here, it's obvious that publishers. Okay, so first of all, publishers are losing their shirts to self-publishing. You can self-publish to a Kindle and put your book on Amazon with very little. Compared to getting through a traditional publisher, not that I'm going to say it's easy. I've talked with a couple of people who've done it, and it's non-trivial. But the publishers are gatekeepers, and
yeah, they are.
And they hate digital because digital books have have knocked down their walls around what books get published and which ones don't.
Yeah.
So I can imagine easily that they would take the same attitude towards a digital library that they do towards digital publishing, and see it as a threat to their control, their hegemony over the books that are out there and the books that are not allowed to be out there.
It's the same thing.
All I could say is I'm on the side of the Internet Archive on this one.
Yeah, me too.
Because I don't know of any major publisher left that I would give the time of day to.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust. What I wanted to ask Sam, do you know about this?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard rumblings about this, and this is nothing new. I mean, I've heard of stories like this over the past few years where the publishers have tried to take down the Internet Archive, and I mean, for the most part, like, all the stuff on the Internet Archive is like, as far as like music and like media, it's all bootlegs and stuff that like the record company isn't putting out there anyway. So
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that people just they gave up the rights, or there's like old stuff like they let the copyright relax and other stuff, and then now when people see, hey, we can make some money on, well, no, dude, you let the copyright lax and shit. You're not getting any money out of this. It's in a public domain now, basically. Like,
well, we saw this in the 90s with Napster, where a lot of bands that had never even, or a lot of labels who had given up on these records decades before, are all of a sudden upset that people are burning their shit onto a CD. Really?
Yeah. Like, you guys gave up on your shit. Why? Now you see some money. Now you want to do it? No.
And also, especially with Bandcamp and stuff like that, we're seeing that in the record industry now. Like Red Shirt saying with Amazon, where self-publishing is now killing a lot of their authority over the industry, because all of a sudden people can just self-publish rather than go through one of the big labels.
I want to show this right here. Look at what Sam got. Look at what Sam got right there.
Cheers,
cheers, brother.
Oh, a Guinness and a proper pour, that is.
I love that. Yeah, that was a proper pour because you didn't have too much foam. You got just the right amount of foam right there.
Here you go.
Yeah, those widgets.
Yeah, I tried. I actually got this from like a restaurant store like 5 years ago and it's cheaper than what you can get on like the actual Guinness store. So online. So, but yeah, no, the whole thing with the Internet Archive. I mean, this battle has been going on for years, and it's always the same thing. The people who, the publishers always get mad that the Internet Archive is, the thing it is most of the publishers out there, like they're getting mad over stuff that they don't even own per se.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what those people on YouTube they try to scam you. I know somebody that I follow on my other channel, The Archivist. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that much stuff over there. The channel will still be there, but I wanted to come and do like different things over here that we can talk like this,
right?
And then I also did this. Just a second. Where is it? I also did. Where is it? What's this? But Sam, yeah, I agree with you, Sam. Oh, got 8 now. Okay. So we also have this over here. Where is it? There is my Rumble channel right there. So if you guys want to go over there and subscribe to that, we'll be starting some stuff over there too. So,
yeah, go subscribe. Definitely go subscribe to Jed over on Rumble. So especially, I mean, that's one of the only places where I'm at now since YouTube hates my guts. But yeah, no, like it's been.
Oh, and welcome, by the way, brother. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it, Sam.
Oh, you're welcome. So, like, which publisher specifically?
Okay, so it was. I don't know how to say that one, but it was HarperCollins and Penguin. I thought those are the 2 big ones that I know of. I don't know these other 2. But Penguin and HarperCollins, like, you would think they would say something like that, you know? So, and because, and then Chuck Wendig, like, there's this thing that I'm going to show this right here. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me see. Let me get the stop screen sharing on that one. And then there's a lot of people that are pissed at, let me see. Where is it? My Twitter. They're right there. Internet Archive had a great collection of Godzilla films. Can't believe this bozo got rid of them. And then 4 hours ago, RIP Internet Archive, thanks for dozens of out-of-print books I got to devour at the height of lockdown. And then another person is like, the Internet Archive is the single most important website. This is not a debate. If these dipshits take it down, we're going to lose the unthinkable amounts of history. Basically, it's a modern-day library in Alexandria, basically. In a way.
The Library of Congress tries to be.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I know what it is. So, the last time I heard about a controversy like this, was in regards to the Internet Archive. Was I read an interesting article on Wired like a few years ago, and I can't find it. I'm looking for it right now. But essentially, after Hugh Hefner died, Playboy purged like a lot of their stuff from the 1970s, so they got rid of like a lot of their older stuff from their own website, and a lot of that stuff ended up on Internet Archive, and Playboy the company got mad about that, and it's like, well, you guys aren't hosting your own. You guys just purged a whole bunch of content, so.
Yeah, they were actually saving history, basically, in a way.
Well, yeah, it's like a lot of bands will get mad because, like, perfect example is the first 4 Pantera records. They don't want to put those up for sale anymore for some reason, because apparently it was in Daryl's will that they didn't want to do that. But then they get mad when people upload it to YouTube and shit like that. Like, no. It's like you put these records up for sale, and the fact that you no longer want to sell them, which is weird because those are the only ones they actually own the rights to.
I want to ask Punk, because Punk has on Floral's channel, he has these, moments with Punk where he has these things in mind. What do you think about this, Punk?
Well, I mean, this is the first I heard about it, but I mean, the Internet Archive is like, well, I'd say let's think, but let's ponder about it, right? So, So like you said, this is a record on the internet for the internet. It keeps a lot of things that have been either lost or dismissed or no longer hosted, and it kind of makes me think of back in the olden days when we had the Age of Enlightenment, all the intellectualism, which I'm fond of, and all that rich history and people just having a good old time and learning, and then all of a sudden they say let's burn all the libraries and let's scrap all this stuff, pretend like it doesn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of like it kind of seems like you go to. I mean, let's face it, we're kind of already into a technological dark ages, social social media sort of. It doesn't matter what history is. It doesn't matter. It's today. I feel like that didn't happen or shouldn't have happened, or I think it would have been funnier if history had happened like this. Let's make memes and let's just talk about it like it didn't happen. And then when people get backlash for it, they just delete those tweets too, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if there's no record of anything going on and there's no consequence of your actions, which there is, I don't know. Deleting it seems like, or trying to take it away seems like a step in the wrong direction.
It does. It does.
What?
Because
I'll
say one more thing.
Go ahead. Finish.
Because does anybody remember that cool that movie called Book of Eli?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a kind of vision of a future where all this stuff was lost, and Denzel Washington is a bastion of hope. Carrying on all these, helping this bastion of humanity with a library and preserving the records that all lost. Like, and I thought that was a hopeful end. Like, yeah, humanity has a chance. And they were like, "Nah, I'll just burn it to the ground."
Yeah, I'm just
well.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, go,
well,
Richard.
So here's like a perfect example of a few things that I got off of the Internet Archive a while ago. So I actually have on digital the original Star Wars trilogy unaltered in its theatrical form from before like the special editions and all that shit.
Yeah.
Right.
And obviously Lucasfilm wants that taken down. And if they were gonna do something with the original trilogy, like unaltered, if they were gonna re-release it, I would be all for that. However, they've never done that, nor do they have any plans to do that, as far as I know. So, again, I don't think it's so much of a thing of censorship. I think it's these companies don't want, their things being given away for free, even though they're not even doing things with their own property.
Well,
now
I have an interesting addendum for you, Sam. I have those.
Sure.
As bonus material on the THX special editions of Lucas's edited versions, which I've never watched because I've seen them once. I don't want to see them again. I wanted the originals. They are essentially ripped from Laserdisc, and the reason I'm told they put them in Laserdisc format on the DVDs as bonus material is because the Laserdisc versions were being pirated massively.
Oh, yeah.
And they wanted to help preclude the pirating. I spent a lot of money, by the way, on those 3 editions. More than I ever wanted to, but at least I now have them. I think a lot of it was George did not want people comparing the original versions to his edits. And that's George's ego.
Mm-hmm.
He thought he had fixed the original 3 Star Wars movies, and that's the only ones he wanted anybody to be able to see from then on. But they are out there. They're hard to find.
I have the original
you can find them digital. You can find them on disc. but they're a bear to find. And if
Yeah.
you find them on disc, they're not cheap.
I like what Soul said. If Disney was smart enough, they would re-release the original cuts of Star Wars in theaters, and then afterwards, you put them on Blu-ray. They will blow away anything that you're putting
Well,
out.
it's funny you say. It's funny you guys say that because that's what they did in the '90s. They re-released the original theatrical cuts. They released the original original trilogy on VHS.
Yeah,
and then they did the remaster.
Yeah, I mean, and that was kind of like the last hurrah for that. It's almost like, I mean, I get what you're saying. I completely do. As a fan, you know, I would love that too. I mean,
Just a second. Pablo has to go. Pablo, do you want to promote anything?
I don't want to promote, but I wanted to add something in the discussion. Fuck this shit. Actually, having an archive is really good for culture, is really good for knowledge. Is exactly how you will get in artificial intelligence to a level that actually is worth anything, because it's a huge data set about our history, about who we are, about what we have done and what we will do. What we are planning to do right now is written in some documents that are in the Internet Archive. So really important that it stays and it's free for everybody. That is how you equalize a society. Other than that, guys, I have to jump.
Okay, I'll see you later, brother.
Thanks for hanging out.
Hey, if you would like to come on, me and Matt are doing the MFer. He'll be back. If you like to come on the MF for next week, hit me up, okay? You can come on.
Okay, man.
Okay. Talk to you later, brother.
Thought of something else.
Okay.
This is going back to my college library. I mean, obviously, the library above ground had all of its books. They were all indexed. You had the card system. You could find them. But if you went down to the basement, they had microfiche. And they had all kinds of stuff that was only on microfilm. And you could go down there. You could just grab a box and pull it through, look at what it said, and you could go through. I mean, you could see newspapers going back 100 years. It would be boring as watching paint dry, even if you knew what you were looking for. But the idea of going through the newspaper archive just for fun, I can't imagine. But the Internet Archive, has that kind of thing in it. It has that lost stuff, that nobody's seen it in years stuff.
Yeah,
And
the random shit pile that is just like,
yeah,
there's a whole bunch of random stuff that needs to be saved because it's important, but nobody's ever going to go through.
There is also one thing in there that they will not release on DVD or anything that I haven't seen yet. They have Frosty's New Year, Rudolph's New Year. It's in there, and they will not release it for some reason because,
So here's a question about that. You go.
Oh,
What
I
are you two
was just gonna say, I was just gonna say, there's this great film, from the 80s called "To Live and Die in L.A.," which was like
it's a good
drama.
movie.
It's from
Yeah.
Well, so that movie you can't find on iTunes or anywhere else.
Yeah.
But guess where you can find it?
On
Internet Archive.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my point, is like the internet. That's a great movie. Everyone needs to see it. For some reason, like William Friedkin hasn't done anything with it, so the Internet Archive, put that out there, or someone did, on the Internet Archive.
Yeah. I actually went to go see that movie in the theater, Sam, when it came out. So
I have a question about copyright stuff. So like what happens if
I'm almost 50?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, Punk.
Wow.
That's okay. So you've got stuff that people don't want to release and they don't want it on the internet. So when does it's one thing if they don't want to sell it and it's dead to them. But what if they have it's one of those things in copyright held production sort of thing, and like say a band and they recorded an album and now they're not with that record label, but the people that record label or whatever, the rights have switched around, and all they want to do, and the fans, all they want is that record release, say on vinyl, but it's never going to happen because they'll never be able to have access to those rights. Like, well, what if some of that's on the internet? Okay, but like, well, how do you deal with that?
Well, you mean like the first Fantastic Four movie from Roger Corman, Punk?
Sure,
because
let's go with
that never got released.
Okay.
I have a VHS copy of it because it never got released. And they blew all their budget on the last part where Johnny was flying through the air as the Human Torch. So,
I mean, well,
that is one. Go ahead. That's one of the things I was talked about. You know.
But what about all the published stuff that people want to redact, and it's like, well,
stuff that's published that somebody actually owns the rights to, that gets a lot harder, and that you have to figure out who currently owns the rights to it. If it's the band, that's one thing. If it's the label, that's another thing. If it's a label that they're no longer on, a lot of times they just straight up won't do it, and they'll just sit on it.
Yeah.
It gets really, really difficult because you have to track down exactly who has rights to it, get permission from everybody, especially if you want to do a cover of it. Like, it gets nuts.
Well, then there's like a whole bunch of, I don't know if you guys know Brandon, the anime guy, and I've talked with him a bit on his show about some of those old 80s and 90s animes that people have the rights to, but they just refuse to. Same sort of thing like Disney in the Western culture. They just refuse to put it out there. But if there's like some bootleg copy out there, I'm sure they'd want to shoot it down.
Oh, you mean like Song of the South?
Sure, let's go with that.
I have a bootleg DVD of Song of the South.
I'm not trying to out you on all the things that you have bootlegged. I mean, I know we are the bootleg mother effer.
Conventions are a wonderful thing. So.
Dude, it reminds me so much of like Punk can attest to this, like the tape trading circuit back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Where like you'd have all of this rare, obscure shit that was never really released that guys recorded at a live gig somewhere, and it just made its way around.
Or even the band did a live bootleg of their own show.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get like either a tape, and then sometimes it's the CDs, and you pass that around. It's like that you'll never hear that recording any other way.
Yeah, especially in like the punk or black metal scenes, where like the only recording that exists is on like a fucking answering machine that somebody brought to the concert and recorded it, and then the band released it.
Well, I can tell you why Disney created the vault.
Oh yeah,
and there's I think there's a lot of this in a lot of what we're talking about is that Disney figured out that if they had 70 years worth of Disney movies and they were always available at a video store, the sales would drop off, and it would cost more to produce the VHS tape or the DVD or the Blu-ray than they were making with sales, and they would just be putting out all of this media and nobody would be buying it. So they would lock it up, and then usually after they released a new movie and they got audience interest in Disney movies again, they'd go, oh, and by the way, we're releasing from the Disney Vault Sleeping Beauty, available for a limited time only at your local video store.
Hey,
go get a
value
copy.
Creates scarcity, or scarcity creates value.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
And they do it on a 7-year schedule with their classic stuff. So the kids that were watching, like came in on like say the Little Mermaid's turn or whatever.
Right.
Well, that 7-year cycle would bring them right about to the time they're too old to stop to be watching Disney movies, and then they start over with the next group of 7-year-olds. It's beautiful.
I have the clamshell packages of the VHS Beauty and the Beast and Little Mermaid. Those are extremely rare.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I learned about the vault the hard way because there was one time I was like, hey, I was trying to buy a gift for somebody that was special at the time. And they really liked a Disney movie. I think it was Beauty and the Beast or something. I was like, oh, maybe I could go find a copy. Nope. There's a vault.
I'll put it this way. My copy of The Little Mermaid as a kid was a re-recording off of some TV show or other on the VCR. That was about it.
I did that too.
We had tons of those.
Yeah. Wait, Richard, did you want to say something?
No, you guys are carrying it. I'm looking for something right now.
Okay.
I'm
Richard, this would
doing a little research in the background here.
This would be a good time to bring out Looney Tunes because this also comprises.
Oh man. Well, okay. Looney Tunes. Who was saying it the other day? They're talking about. Oh yeah. Are movie theaters dependent upon Hollywood? Yeah. And is Hollywood dependent on movie theaters? Holy shit. You don't think Hollywood's dependent upon releasing movies to theaters? Go look at what happened to theatrical cartoons.
Yep.
In case you don't know, back in the old days, before my time even, so we're talking they just invented the light bulb.
Yeah.
Movie theaters didn't show coming attractions. They showed a couple of cartoons and then a movie. The movie theater had to rent the movie and the cartoons from the studio. So you had MGM cartoons for MGM to go with MGM movies, Warner Brothers cartoons to go with Warner Brothers movies. And those cartoons were enough to pay the salaries of all the people who made them.
Yep.
When they couldn't do that anymore, they went to Saturday mornings. And I grew up on Saturday morning cartoons, man. It was the only day of the week I got up early voluntarily so I could watch cartoons. And I loved them. But the only way they could make money was they sold cereal with a lot of sugar in it and crap like that. They couldn't get money for the cartoon directly. So the television stations would basically be given these cartoons for all intents and purposes, and then maybe there's a profit sharing over the advertising. I don't know. But the bottom line is all of the cartoon studios went from full animation to partial animation for cost reasons when they couldn't put their cartoons in theaters anymore. That's going to happen to the studios if they go to streaming. They can't make the money streaming.
Of that in the 80s with all those cartoons that were basically made to sell a toy line, like He-Man or Transformers.
Right.
Oh yeah.
They were basically animated advertising.
Yeah, and it was, and the fact that they were some of the best shows around at the time was just completely irrelevant.
Right. But I mean, they were willing. But that's the thing, because they knew they were going to get a return. They were willing to put the money in up front and do the work. It's the cartoons of the 70s. You have rare examples of a cartoon that's well written, well produced. It's partial animation, but it's still fun. Pink Panther's one. No surprise that that's from DePatie Freeling. And Friz Freeling was an animator and director for Warner Brothers starting in the 1920s. Friz Freeling was not going to put his name on crap. So his cartoons were produced as cheaply as he could manage, but they were made as well as he could do within the budget. And the Pink Panther cartoons from the 70s are actually pretty damn funny.
And there was one series I saw on YouTube, like somebody unearthed like these old old cartoons from World War II.
Yes.
That were being used as training films. Yeah. And literally it's drawn by Friz Freeling, written by Dr. Seuss, and voiced by Mel Blanc.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like, holy shit.
Have you seen Private Snafu cartoons?
Yes.
Yeah, they're brilliant. They have bare-titted ladies on the wall in pinup pictures.
Hey, they knew their audience.
That's not made for kids. That was made for training films for soldiers. You can tell. You want to talk about cartoons that were never made for children to see? Those suckers were never made for children to see, and they're hysterically funny.
God, they're great.
And they're made to send a message to young trainees, and they're saying, look, you need to keep your lip buttoned, right? Loose lips sink ships wasn't enough. They really wanted to hammer it home. So they made a 6-minute cartoon about a guy who knows something, and he tells the wrong person, and she turns out to be a spy, and everybody in his island gets wiped out because the Japanese show up, and all their ships point their guns at the island and blow the shit out of everything.
Yeah.
And that's the lesson, guys.
Yeah.
And they're training in propaganda cartoons, and oh my God, they're brilliant. They are brilliant pieces of animation used in service of sending a message. And admittedly, I mean, we're on the side that they were sending a positive message for, so we're supposed to like them. But yeah, they're brilliant and they're amazing. And they, by the way, there's only one I've ever seen on television. It's the one, I don't know if you know, it's called Victory Through Hair Power. Bugs is reading a book, Victory Through Hair Power, which is itself a pun on the title of a real book, Victory Through Air Power. And he meets a gremlin
Yep.
A literal physical little man with wings for ears. And he winds up in a battle with the gremlin. It's during World War II because the airplane goes into a dive. He and the gremlin are in it. It runs out of gas. The wings have been ripped off by the speed. It comes to a stop 2 feet from the ground, running out of gas. Now, of course, it's a cartoon. So when it runs out of gas, it doesn't crash. It just stops, right? It just stops.
I'm laughing because I know the punchline to this.
Yeah, and Bugs, the gremlin says, "Sorry, folks, we ran out of gas." And Bugs points with his carrot at the card in the corner of the airplane's window, which is a square sticker with an A on it. And he says, "Yeah, you know how it is with these A cards." Now, I learned about gas rationing in World War II because I watched Warner Brothers cartoons.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Although I will say, and there was another animation company that was also doing training vids for armies in World War II, done by Disney, just not the American Army.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. They did their own training.
Ask someone at modern Disney about that; they'll shut up real fast.
Oh yeah,
they will.
They will find something else to look at very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you did. So that's why I love cartoons, honestly. And this goes back to the conversation. Some people are like, well, cartoons are just for kids. But really, like you said, cartoons really started off as a way to be a kind of more silly, surreal way to show an idea and make it, well, if you did it in real life and live action stuff, that would be dark, that would be brutal, that would be morbid. But you can do it really silly with a cartoon, and the suspension of disbelief is there. So you can understand what they're trying to say without feeling so connected or so attached that you it doesn't stick so close to home.
Right. And when you look at it, they were the memes of their day. Isn't that they were a short kind of silly way to put an idea across that you needed to pay attention to.
And the other one is like Monty Python, because I know how they wrote the cartoons and designed the cartoons. I've read Chuck Jones's book. I've read Mel Blanc's book. I've got a history book behind me on the shelf by Leonard Maltin. I can't wait to read.
Cool.
Those cartoons were written. I haven't read that yet. No, I know. I'm slacking. I'm slacking.
Are slacking.
Get on Richard.
But they would have cartoon meetings. They would brainstorm the cartoon, and anybody could suggest a gag or a change or this, and they were trying to make each other laugh. Monty Python wrote their sketches. They did their writing meetings the same way. Tough crowd. You got to make your competitors who want their idea in the cartoon laugh at your idea. But they did it, and it was that they didn't have any kids in the room. This is a bunch of middle-aged guys, young to middle-aged guys sitting around talking about making a cartoon about a coyote chasing a roadrunner.
Yep.
How do we make that funny?
Yeah, or in the case of Monty Python, just 5 British men just sitting there being retards in the writing room somewhere.
Yes. Talking about crash or turn left signs attacking a pedestrian.
Yeah.
What?
Or there's a penguin on your TV.
What? Wait, where's the penguin?
Doing on the TV?
Penguin, where?
Wait, what? There's a
I
penguin.
believe that penguin's about to molt.
So the point is that you nailed it in terms of the cartoons of the 90s. One of the reasons I'm not a fan is that Saturday morning cartoons conditioned animators to believe that only children would watch cartoons. And by the 90s, that's what they made. Cartoons for children.
That being said, they did get me into a couple of franchises that I'm still part of today, including BattleTech. That's how I heard about the setting. It became my favorite sci-fi franchise and game. But they had a shitty cartoon in the 1990s, I think 1993 and 4, that only lasted like 13 episodes.
Well,
I'll say a really good show.
Soul Assassin nailed it right there. Yeah. And I didn't know who Franz Liszt was, but I knew there was a song called the Hungarian Rhapsody because of cartoons. But the other thing that the reason I want to talk about this one of these days, if I can figure out how to do it without getting copyright struck in the first hour and a half, is by the 90s, the classic cartoons were being blamed, like video games, you guys may remember, for making children violent. Cartoon violence and video game violence were seen as equally bad.
And if it wasn't those two, it was heavy metal.
Right.
So,
Or
and that's
I lose on all three.
And that's when the cartoons, that's when the classic cartoons started to disappear. Cartoon Network and Nick at Night gave them up. And I talked with a guy on a stream one time, and I was describing the censored version of a Warner Brothers cartoon with Bugs, Daffy, and Elmer, where Daffy's trying to get Elmer to shoot Bugs, but he keeps screwing up, and Bugs always gets Elmer to shoot Daffy instead. And every time he shoots Daffy, his bill spins around or flies off or drops in his feet.
Rabbit season.
And I said, in the 90s, they censored all of Elmer's shotgun blasts, so all you see is Daffy's bill suddenly goes somewhere else. And the guy on the stream suddenly erupted with, "Holy crap, are you telling me I didn't see the original cartoon? That's the one I remember." And I'm like, yeah, that's why I need to talk about this, guys, because people have never seen these things in the way they were meant to be. And it destroyed animation. And I'm a fan of John Lasseter because John Lasseter went to Pixar when it was a hardware and software company. Didn't do cartoons.
I'm gonna
and
say
he made
this.
them a cartoon studio.
Nice.
I'm done.
Do you want
Thanks.
to say, Punk?
I was gonna say that's I think a huge reason why. Okay, we talked about the Batman of the 90s, right? Batman, Kevin Conroy, Batman Robin, the Batman animated series. That was when it was still brooding and dark, and it was still in the early 90s and stuff. There was cartoons that still had themes for adults and for kids, or they didn't dumb it down so much yet that they had big political ideologies. Like there's a show in a Godzillionaire, if he's still out there. We talk about this. There was this Exo Squad.
I remember that show. That show's fantastic.
So the first episode is like 12 or something. The next one's 40, and they've got all these cool mech suits, which I absolutely love. And I had some toys as a kid. But
I have them too.
It was kind of in the same way that X-Men, but there was this, there's this two different kinds of people, right? Two different races, and the struggle between them, and a lot of the social issues were, the same thing with Star Trek, even though I didn't watch it much, but all these social issues that were brought out in sci-fi in a way that's not completely paralleling, but it wasn't dumbing down for the kids. There's stuff that they could enjoy, but there's also stuff on a higher level that when they get older, they could understand it and see the depths of what was going on.
A lot of it was very mature for, a stupid Saturday morning cartoon, which is how most people would see it.
Right.
How about Bionic 6 was like that too?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you ever saw that, that was pretty. They did a lot of things on there. Go ahead, Punk.
I was gonna say that's why I think honestly why manga and anime are taking the West by storm, because all these people that were the 90s were the glory days, the 80s and 90s. All of that art, all of that beauty, all of that higher levels of like just deeper subject matter and lore is pouring out of these shows, and sometimes it's just like a 1 season 12 episode thing that has so much more depth and allows for so much more fantasy elements and mythology to just be like in a rich history than just like, oh no, it's just for kids, and so we can't do this, or we can't have religious things, and all these things that'll let your mind explore and think about the things that said or weren't said in that world. I think that's why it's taking the West by storm, honestly.
And when you look at it too, the rise of anime in the West basically completely coincides with the dumbing down of Western animation in a very big way. Like, look at the mid 80s. You have Akira, the beginnings of Ghost in the Shell, all this really cool stuff that's coming out, Fist of the North Star, and that actually gains traction in America because nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Yeah,
right.
And it got the foot in the
it
door.
just fills this niche. And then as Western comics or Western cartoons kind of died off in the early to mid 90s, you really start to see Dragon Ball and Rurouni Kenshin, Tenchi Muyo, all these other early animes come in, and all of a sudden you had Toonami pop up, which was a huge thing for kids our age, because this is we got introduced to Gundam Wing and all this other shit for the first time. We're like, this is amazing. We don't see this on TV.
Yeah, where'd this come from?
I I got something for you. Go ahead and talk, and I'm going to show you something that's really super cool.
And that's storytelling. I mean, the thing that really strikes me with older animation and with anime, and what strikes me about Pixar's classic period is that the storytelling is outstanding. You could be watching a live action movie and this would be the story it would tell. You happen to be watching an animated movie and it's telling the same story here. And that's what Disney did in the early days with features. Pixar picked up that torch and ran with it. And that's where I think as Western animation devolved into overly simplistic pap that children would like because it was flashy and bright colored and all of that. And I'm like, oh man, you really haven't paid attention to why. You have never asked a kid why he likes or she likes
and I'll add another
cartoons.
ingredient into Pixar, especially, but it's also in early Disney movies. The soundtrack.
Yes, there's Disney features.
The score.
That's what they lost.
You have Fantasia in '39. There is no dialogue. It's literally all just audio soundtrack, and it's gorgeous. It's a classic.
It is.
Exactly.
It is. But the thing is that I'm absolutely agreeing with you. What gave the entree to anime, manga, but particularly anime as animation was that the storytelling in Western animation got so oversimplified and dumbed down that a cartoon with a good story was better than a cartoon with a simplistic crap story that didn't go anywhere.
Or another cookie cutter one that we've seen a million times already. And
right.
Say, yeah, okay. Let me see if we can figure this one out.
Well, Red Shirt, it's interesting that you bring up Pixar because I just finished reading the Steve Jobs biography by Walter Isaacson about a month ago.
Yep.
And in that book, they specifically go into how Steve Jobs personally vouched for Lasseter to run Pixar as an animation studio because Lasseter had good ideas and Steve knew it. And Steve was fighting with Disney executives because all of the Disney executives wanted was to put out basic, uninteresting stories. And Steve basically knew that their ideas were, shit. He basically said that and said, Lasseter remains in charge, or otherwise I'm not selling Pixar to Disney.
Right.
So,
and Jobs was the guy, if I remember correctly, Jobs was the guy in charge of Pixar when they reimagined themselves as an animation studio. Because they were originally a hardware software company making graphics processing products. And their animations were just, look at what we can do, people. And Lasseter was the guy that turned those into magic. And so I believe Jobs would have said that to Disney because Jobs is a guy who said PCs are going to outstrip everything we're making, and we can port all of our software onto PCs if somebody wants to run it on an IBM Blade, blah, 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 blah. Technically, we can figure out how to do that. But we can't figure out how to become an everything computer like Microsoft is building, like IBM is building. We need to be a different kind of company. And he backed Lasseter to turn and relied on Lasseter to turn Pixar into an animation studio, which Disney then bought.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's all about the change in the market happened overnight because let's face it, especially computing in the 90s changed everything with how good computers got and the rise of 3D processing.
Well, I just remember driving into Boston every time I went there past the Wang building, if you have ever heard of them.
My dad used to work in that building.
Yeah, I mean, they made word processors. Microsoft Word drove them out of business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did.
You didn't need a Wang word processor. You needed Microsoft Word and any Windows computer, and you were good to go with documents.
Yep.
Forget Wang. And that put them out of business. Forget Wang. You don't need Wang.
Oh, you don't need Wang?
Was that Wang on fire too?
But no,
No, they
literally, my
bronzed
dad
it.
worked
They
in Tower
bronzed
One.
it before they went out of business.
Yeah.
Okay. Not the same as that restaurant.
I want to do one thing here, and I will show you some of the cool stuff. But like here, like you're saying, like some of the new anime and stuff, and the live action, and hopefully you guys have seen some of this. Kamen Rider 01 is one of my favorite shows.
Oh.
I've never seen that
this
one.
show
I've seen the
is
original Kamen Rider, but
yeah, this show is so freaking awesome.
okay.
You talked to Iron
has, yeah, me and Iron, we both been busy, so we haven't been able to do the show. So
Yeah.
we've been doing
yeah.
we've been doing the show, and he's been busy, and I've been busy, and then some days he's like, dude, I don't feel like it. So yeah, me and Ironcaster do that show. But we've been doing most of the episodes, and yeah, dude, if you want something that's gonna keep you on the edge of your seat, Kamen Rider 01, you go watch this. It's free. Get this, it's free on Roku.
Yep.
Not Roku.
And I was just suggesting, I just did a stream with Fizz Jozo this week about a show that just came out last year on AMC Plus called Pantheon.
Yeah.
It was actually a really good show. Unfortunately, it's AMC Plus and no one watches it, so that is only going to get one season.
Where is it? I forgot. Where is it on? It's on. Let me get this real fast so everybody can go see.
Is it on Tubi?
It's on one of here. Just a second.
Because it's almost a Western anime in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it is. And I forgot. Okay, so it's on Tubi. I go on Tubi all the time. It's on Pluto TV, Plex, Tubi, but Tubi's the best because their commercials aren't really that bad on there. And there he is. You speak his name and he shows the fuck up.
Hi, Catherine. What's up, dude?
Oh, there you are.
I know. He's got the link if he wants to come on because he helps run the stream with me. So he can just hop in himself. I don't have to bring him on.
There you go.
I will say one. I
Go
will
ahead.
say one Western show that is pretty good though is I've been rewatching Luther from the BBC.
Oh, yeah.
And
that one's pretty decent.
I don't care what anyone says. That is still Idris Elba's best role. By far.
I've gotta say that in the costumes on here just really are just they go insanely nuts on it. The costume and the Kamen Rider series has been around for a couple decades. These are I don't know if you see this. This is there's decades. There's the Kamen Rider series. This was 1971 through 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this is 2020 through present. And they have eras. And Iron says this better than me.
Oh, he's talking about it.
Yeah, there's Sabin's Master Rider, the Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, Power Rider. Then there's the eras of about everything that goes on, and then they have. It's just all this really cool, and I think this was the era that I joined in because I did watch some of the earlier stuff. So here we'll just go to this. It goes all the way back to if you really want to get into it right now, start off with 01. That's where you start off with. It aired in late 2019. Then 2019. Hayden Intelligence, the country's most thriving technology company, specializes in artificial intelligence to utilize AI humanoid forms known as hemigears. These virtually identified hemigears androids have become a staple in everyday real life. To the general public as well as the private investors after his grandfather's death, a young but fallen stage comedian, Arturo, I can never say, bears witness to several terrorist attacks by this military organization. And then he becomes Zero Rider, and it's a non-stop, like, from here. I'll show you some of the images and stuff.
That's cool.
Let me see if I can do that real fast. Let me see. There we go. These are some of the outfits that are on the show. My favorite, I love it. It's like
I've seen some of the models of this one too. Just some of the figure standards and some other stuff out there. They look really cool.
Yeah, there's the models and stuff are just so freaking awesome, and it's just I was just because Iron's the one because I haven't thought about it in years.
Yeah.
And then he turned me on to it, and then I just devoured it. And it's just and then you also have the other stuff that where the Power Rangers came from too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's some really fun stuff.
Yeah, they
OG Power Rangers is hard to beat.
Yeah, well, the Power Rangers came from them, so you know. It's just dude, you want to have fun? You want to have a night of fun? Go watch some shit that'll keep you on the edge of your seat and actually like make you root for the guy. Go watch this. You know, so
cool.
Yeah. And like Iron said, 01 started in 2000. The great show anyone to see and compare to what was on CW with Batman and Flash. Yeah, it blows those shows. I would say anything except for Superman and Lois, because that's my favorite show on there. Okay. Even though they do have a tiny bit, but it's all the other stuff. And then you watch this, and you're just like, your mind gets blown.
Ooh.
Nice. Well, it's amazing to me because, like, we talked about Western comics earlier. Like, they're all dead pretty much. Meanwhile, manga and bande dessinée are both absolutely killing it in both their local markets and in the U.S. because they're telling good stories. And same thing with TV. Mm-hmm. You have a lot of either Japanese or Korean TV shows that are absolutely killing it because they're way better than anything we've produced in the last decade.
Oh yeah,
and we're finally getting another Gundam series that isn't just build fighters or high schoolers building Gunpla. Like, it's a actual real series, which I'm kind of waiting to see how it fleshes out. But it's
Which
still kind of what?
Which series is this now?
The Witch from Mercury that just started out.
Oh yeah, okay.
But it's ironic because it's still it seems like it's blending the old Gundam lore with, because it's another alternate universe, but it's a girl in high school, but she has a Gundam, and they have Gunpla battles in high school, but they're with real Gundams, not some computer-generated thing we're playing with animated versions of their models. So it's kind of odd, honestly, how it's melding those two ideas from the last decade or two.
Yeah, I think the last Gundam series I watched all the way through was 00.
That's fair. I mean, that was a pretty good one. But most of the time it's a teenage protagonist, kid thrown into war, that he's the only one who can operate this Gundam, and doesn't want to do it. Then he's like, my friends are on the ship and I'm the only one who can save them, so they get forced into doing something terrible and they have to grow up fast. This one seems to go with the trope of kids in high school, but it's also with Gundam and parents that are there's the development stuff, and I won't go into it, but there seems like there's going to be dark or harsh realities of war-like things, or Cold War, or I'm still waiting for it to play out. So it's going to be darker than just the high school stuff. But it's interesting, honestly, how they're merging those ideals and those different kind of branches into this series right now.
Now, if you know offhand, I've seen the show, but I don't remember what series it is. Where it's basically a prequel to the original Mobile Suit Gundam that was done in like the last 6 years or so.
Yeah, the Gundam The Origin.
The Origin, that's it.
So there's a little more computer generated art, and it's a Rise of the Red Comet stuff. That stuff, those episodes are really, really good. Talks about Char when he's a kid. You get to see some really cool versions of the Zaku's in mobile suits, and it would be really fun to see.
I kind of wish they'd do an update of 8th Mobile Suit Team.
That'd be awesome too.
Because that's been my favorite Gundam series forever. Because it's literally like Vietnam, but with big stompy robots.
Oh yeah, it's really, really good, and they don't shy away from the harshness of war in those shows either. Like War in the Pocket.
The old Gundam series get pretty freaking brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Robotech got pretty brutal too.
Yeah, Robotech was another one. And
Oof,
you know,
Robotech, especially
if you
the
dig into
Macro
the universe,
Saga.
BattleTech is way worse.
Yeah.
Like BattleTech is almost on 40K levels of brutality. Because like you'll see these mechs fighting in a city, but the city's populated.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if one of these things goes crashing into a building, well, congratulations, you just killed like 800 civilians. And that's pretty much considered Tuesday for your average intersphere pilot.
Did you guys saw the Macro Saga, right? That's my
Oh yeah.
right there.
Well, in fact, Robotech and BattleTech have a special relationship in that Harmony Gold sued half of BattleTech out of existence for like 15 years, and then found out that they didn't own the rights to it at all.
Oops.
Yep.
So, in case anybody doesn't know what we're talking about,
Soul Assassin G Gundam is absurd and beautiful all at the same time.
It is fucking beautiful.
Just
I love it.
a second, I need to go. Can you guys talk for a minute or two? I'll be right back.
We'll just be really, really awkward while you're gone.
Okay. Go be awkward. I'll be right back.
I'm good at that.
Oh, here's 70s. Hey, 70s.
Good evening.
Everybody talk. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi.
Okay.
So it's still going to be awkward just with another person. What's up, 70s?
Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Hanging in there.
To see you nice. That was an old
Yeah.
catchphrase from a British television show. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
To see you nice. So, what have I missed? What are we all doing? Who's here?
We were talking about the old Gundam series and how great they are, and basically how much better it is than anything new that the West is doing.
Well,
yeah, you see this. I wish I knew more about that because I don't.
Well, I mean, in a broader spectrum, we're talking about how Western comics and animation went to the crapper, and then how anime and manga and all that stuff from that part of the world just invaded and permeated our culture in a way that it kind of took root, and everybody loves it now because of the mature themes and the stories and the fantasy and even the spirituality they're willing to weave into their stories instead of just making just really dumbed down for, oh, this is a kid's cartoon.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, not that I don't know so much about manga and anime. We've seen a few, but it's the same with live action stuff, though. I mean, I'm watching right now. Virtually all I'm watching is Korean or Japanese, some Chinese and some Indian stuff, but Korean stuff particularly, live action films and TV shows.
Yeah, I was bringing them up earlier. Some of their TV shows are absolutely brilliant.
Freaking awesome. I just watched best show I've seen this year so far is a show called Big Bet, Korean show. Funnily enough, it was made by Disney Plus in Korea.
Really?
Wow.
Believe it or not, they don't do the shit out there that they do here.
So
because
somebody
people
at Disney
wouldn't
Plus
watch
has two
it.
brain cells to rub together, but
Yeah,
they, live
they
in Korea.
wouldn't make the shit out there that they make here because it wouldn't fly. So this
we
is
don't-
a show called Big Bet. Very, very good show indeed.
So is that available on Disney Plus in the States?
I think it's
or
on
no?
Hulu. It might be on Hulu. I got it off an Asian streaming thing, but brilliant show starring well, they're well-known Korean guys. Nobody here might have seen it. Well, if you've seen the original Korean Old Boy movie,
Heard of it. I think I
the
watched
star
part
of that is the star of this. And forgive me, I can never remember everybody's names. Choi Moon-sik, where he's the Robert De Niro of Korea. Let's put it that way. It was the first television show he'd done in 26 years. He also starred in, which I watched not so long ago, the film called The Admiral, Roaring Currents, which is the biggest grossing Korean movie of all time. It's a historical sea battle drama. He starred in that. So he's the star of Big Bet. and it's like all these Koreans go to the Philippines for gambling because it's very restricted in Korea. And of course, they can dodge the taxes then. So all the criminals go too to get set up casinos. So this guy, he's come from like a poor background, growing up in Korea, kind of fought his way to the top. He's not a gangster, but he certainly wants to protect what's his. And he goes to the Philippines, gets in with the guys that own casinos. Eventually, he owns this big casino empire, but everybody wants to take it from him.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant
I've seen kind of a synopsis of that series, and it kind of reminds me of what the real mob was trying to do in Cuba in the 50s.
It's feels a bit like that. It feels like some of that kind of storytelling as well. So I wouldn't make direct comparisons to, let's say, The Sopranos or Breaking Bad, but it's that quality of television show. I mean, it's a series with that and that level of detail with the characters that revolve around the main characters and all the side stories. And there's cops from Korea trying to take this guy down, but they're also working with him to take other bad guys down. It's a kind of a, symbiotic thing, but they still want to get him in the end if they can. And he's framed for murder, but he gets out of it and all sorts of shit goes down. But he's just a cunning guy, charming, cunning guy who's come up from literally dirt poor poverty as an orphan at the time of the Korean War, and he's made his way to the top, and he's now got billions because
I've seen a couple Korean War movies that are made in Korea, and they're freaking brilliant. I love them.
Some fantastic stuff. Yeah, I just love their movies and their TV shows. There's like Don Lee is the movies like The Outlaw and Roundup. These are kick-ass action movies.
One, I think it's from Japan. It may be from Korea. That was basically the Battle of the Tsushima Strait.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which I love. The action scene was brilliant because you actually get to see the battleships just going at each other.
Oh yeah, there's that one. I know the one you mean. I haven't watched it, but I've got a huge list of stuff to work my way through.
I forget the title of it, but
the one I watched called The Admiral was more of a historic one, but it's about the famous battle where the Japanese were invading Korea twice in the space of 5 or 6 years. They invaded, and this Korean fleet had been destroyed. There's like 12 boats left, but they managed to fight 300 plus Japanese ships and defeat them. Now, there's a lot of people historically say, well, the history isn't so hot on this, and maybe this didn't really happen, and this guy, the Admiral guy, didn't really do this. Still, it's like watching Braveheart. It's kick-ass because they hate the Japanese. The Koreans, they hate the Japanese.
It's especially good when it's not your history, and you can just be like, "Oh yeah, it's a great movie."
Yeah,
they have historical reasons for that. 70s.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why this was the biggest grossing movie in Korean history, because it's like Braveheart, the Braveheart of Korea, kind of thing. And
without a Scottish action sitting in the background going, "I was there, and this is not how that happened."
Yeah, there's in fact they even made a whole documentary about whether it was realistic or not, and because it's such a popular movie there, and the consensus is for some people, yeah, this stuff really happened, and others it's like, no, this never happened, And so Choi Min-sik is the guy that stars in it, and he is like literally is like the Robert De Niro of Korea. And I don't mean that in this; his attitudes are the same, but in terms of stature, he's like the way De Niro used to be regarded. It's that kind of guy. And he's the star of Big Bet. And the funny thing is, he's not a young man. He's overweight in real life. Doesn't look like a tough guy, but on screen, his character just dominates people in Big Bet. He's just like, he's fearless when he goes up against these gangsters and the police. He's just totally fearless. Certain actors can just portray that, but they're not lecturing you with politics. They talk about stuff, but they're not beating you over the head with a viewpoint, If anything, the tropes in Korean movies are more around the corruption of the elites. Like it's always, two struggling detectives trying to take down what they call the chaebols, which are the family-owned, like Samsung, family-owned corporations, and they're the elites of
megacorp.
Yeah, and so they're always corrupt and always having people murdered and corrupting politicians or whatever. So there's the tropes they have.
Anyway. Corporations murdering people and corrupting politicians? You don't say.
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here. But that's more the kind of concerns they talk about. They don't Yeah, I mean, it's not that there aren't Japanese and Korean movies that have got lots of other stuff in them, but I like the action stuff, generally speaking. So
I was just talking to them about a series I know you'd like if you haven't seen it already, called Pantheon.
I've heard of it, but
it was only like 8 episodes that was done on AMC Plus. It was basically a sci-fi, almost Western anime. It was actually really good. Unfortunately, since it's on AMC Plus, it made no money, so they're not getting a season 2.
Yeah. Well, and that kind of not puts you off, but watching the first season, if you don't think it's going to go anywhere, there's nothing more disappointing than that.
Yeah, well, it's a really great concept. I think you'll have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
But basically, it's about uploading people's consciousness from their actual body into a computer and using them almost as an AI.
Interesting.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's actually a fascinating topic, that, because it's one way that if it could ever be done, that people could theoretically live forever, or at least an extremely long time.
Well, the show gets into that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to interject right here and say that is a running theory with the new Gundam Witch from Mercury. There are, let's just say there are some of the parts attached to the Gundam that the name and the main character talks about growing up with the Gundam like it's her sister. And there's other little funnel parts that she's like, help me, guys. I've lost my connection to them. I can't talk to them anymore.
That's interesting. Because Gundam series, the Gundams have always been somewhat intelligent and not entirely robotic.
Yeah.
Right.
But the fact that it actually has a personality, that might get interesting.
Right. So we don't know for sure exactly because it didn't really go into all that in the first half of the show. So, but like I said, there's just comments made and some fan theories that are going around talking about what that actually means. So that is a running theory that they might be toying with that concept in this show, which then talks about how that it's actually not just a kid's show and it gets pretty dark. But anyway, go back to your using people's brains for technology.
I do need to bring one person on real fast.
Can we use their brain for something?
Yeah, we can probably use I use him as a workhorse anyway.
Brains.
I call
Wait,
me guy.
we went from AI to zombies.
Yeah, so
well,
here he is. He's joining the stream.
Elegabulous.
Hey, how's it going?
Elegabulous.
Hey guys, how are you all doing?
Doing pretty good, man.
Pretty good, mate. Yeah.
I was laughing because all week I've had less than 2 hours of sleep at night.
Oh,
well, it's a sleep apnea, and so the same thing happened, and I thought, well, shit. I wonder if Jed's streaming, and I looked on YouTube, couldn't find anything. Looked on Rumble, couldn't find anything. Gilded, of course, has all the answers, and I'm really glad to see you're up and running. It looks great.
What channel are we on right now, by the way, Jed?
My channel, not
Right.
Matt's. Matt's next week. Can you?
I wondered. I just joined without even knowing what channel it was.
Yeah. If you were watching this,
that's how you end up in Jed's
please
basement.
hit the like and subscribe so I can hit that 100 mark.
Yeah, Jed, because Jed, I thought you were just gonna sub for Matt on his channel. That's what I thought was gonna happen.
No, Matt, he's like, dude, this is cool. He goes, that's a good idea. Go do it on yours.
When you say your channel, which one do you mean? Because you've got about 4.
We are on the Jed Revenwolf channel, brand new.
Oh, brand spanking new.
Yeah, and if anybody would like a link to that,
I just jumped in the private chat. So
yeah,
all right, found it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Well, I'm still.
Hey,
I'm
Red.
still-
Okay, 70s. Can you say some words in there? Because I need to make you a mod.
Can I see some words?
In the chat.
Say some words in the
some
chat.
words in. I
And
can't,
you
I
gotta
can't be
need you to
bothered
say some
spelling.
shit in there,
Can't be
too.
bothered saying the rest.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta. All I could think when you were describing uploading people's consciousness into a machine, and you're like, yeah, and then they're exploring the possibility of immortality. I'm like, yeah, I just watched another Michael Crichton story recently in a movie and thought, Michael Crichton would immediately have talked about how dangerous it would be to be enslaved by the person who had the plug connected to your computer that you're uploaded into.
Well, that's the problem with that. Yes.
Yeah.
But then again, if artificial intelligence grows, you might be able to take over the entirety of the world and stop yourself from being unplugged.
Yeah.
Wait.
Colossus, the Forbin project.
Where was that thing you gave me earlier? Was it on Twitter or what? That
Oh,
thing?
the news article or the trailer
bring
for
that up
Sector
because this would be a
40K?
perfect time for that.
Okay.
Okay, bring that up. You
Let me see
go
if I
ahead
can
and
find
read it.
that. That was in Gilded, I think.
Yeah. I'm in like 3 different places at the same time. People.
Yeah, it was in Foul Balls Gilded.
Just before you do that, just in case the people watching want to know what I was talking about, Jed. If you can, this is the show I'm talking about. It's called Big Bet, and that's a guy called Choi Moon-sik, he was in. If you've ever seen Old Boy, he was the star of that. He's been in dozens of Korean
Dude,
films.
he's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great actor. And
Actually, he was in a Common Rider 01 too.
Yes, he's been in a bunch of stuff over the years. This guy that's just over here is you can't really see him very well, but he's Son Soo-koo. He's a great actor too. He was the villain in the Roundup, which was the last Don Lee cop action movie. It's the most brutal action you can get. It's brilliant. He was the funnily enough, the missus likes him. I don't know why she likes him, Son Soo-koo. I don't see the attraction myself. I think he looks a bit weak. Don't you think? I mean, come on. He's also plays the guy. It's a great Korean show called DP, which is about because they have to do a draft there, a military draft, but there's a lot of deserters. So he's the officer in charge of finding the deserters. So yeah, great show, big bet. Really, these are great actors, great shows. I can't say enough about them. But a lot of the stuff I do watch is I've discovered later is like live action animes, even like Rurouni Kenshin and all that stuff. And I love those movies. I've watched the live actions. I've never watched the anime or read the mangas.
I'll warn you now, never watch the one for Initial D. It's bad.
And then the latest ones I'm just about to watch, I've got them now, is Tokyo Revengers. I'm going to watch those. There's 2 of those. I think there's going to be 3 later this year. They're all based on animes too. So, and as was Alice in Borderland, of course. And a great Japanese show I love, which has nothing to do with action or indeed anything like that, called Midnight Diner, which is a beautiful little show.
Oh, that's a good one.
I love Midnight Diner. There was like 6-7 seasons in the end of it over the years, and beautiful little Japanese show set in a little diner in Tokyo. So they make such great stuff.
They really do.
In Japan,
is that like the Japanese version of Cheers, or?
No. Well, you could say there were some similarities in that there's a regular crew go into this little diner, and they eat and drink and whatever. And then there's always, like every show, they had a couple of different people coming in and out that weren't in it normally, and it would kind of follow their stories. It was just a beautiful, beautiful little show with lovely, quirky people in it, and it's just like this guy called Master. You never find out his background. He's the guy who owns the place. It's only open from midnight till 7 a.m. And he only has a tiny little menu. But if you bring something in, he'll cook it for you. And there's a Yakuza guy who goes in, and there's all the bars around. There's a couple of people that work in them, and then there's couple of 3 sort of single girls, but they're not really girls anymore. They're getting older, and so it's just got this cast of characters that are in there, and you think, oh, that sounds really boring, but it's not. You just really get to know and love these people, So,
I think
without being beaten over the head with a message, like there's one of the bars is like a cross-dressing thing. So there's two of the guys come in from that, but there's not beating you over the head with the message about these guys, and neither are they going on about it. It just happens to be part of the downtown Tokyo scene,
Right.
Yeah, it turns out actually one of the older boy that runs the cross-dressing type bar used to be like a star in action stuff based on animes, you know. So it was a macho action type star. Or whatever. It's a funny little show. Midnight Down. It's all on Netflix. That one.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I haven't watched it, but I've seen it on there.
It's just a cute little thing. You're not going to go, oh my god, this is the greatest show in history, and it's very low budget, whatever. Just lovely characters, and the guy that runs the place, you get the feeling he's got a history. Like he could have been something, like whether it was a military or whatever, but you never find out because he's got scars, and he's a very level-headed guy, and he's not a guy you would take advantage of in any way. So you just don't know. I mean, about him. And I like that. I like the fact they never really reveal his backstory, but everyone loves him, kind of thing.
Who did we just lose?
Pope.
Pope. Okay.
So anyway, enough of my rambling. And
No. You're
actually
good.
really interesting, and I'm glad that you brought up the point that it's not just the animation and it's not just the that side of entertainment. Or it's the whole, all of that. Some of it's just the fact that we have more access to the Japanese and Korean art forms, but I think it's like you're saying, as Western culture kind of dumbed itself down or decided that it had to fit all these parameters, they were out there exploring all these ideas and simple basic stuff that, well, it's the things that we enjoy and we crave, and once we get access to it, we're like, that's what I want. There's nothing, like I said, there's nothing incredibly action-packed or dynamic about these things, but there's stories about people that you can believe, and they're relatable and they're well acted, and
there's some nice K-dramas, and some of them I watch. My wife tends to watch more of the romantic ones as well. I don't get into so many of those, but some of them, even their mainstream K-dramas are really good. They're cop stuff. They're cop. The show called The Good Detective we watched recently, 2 seasons of. Brilliant, absolutely wonderful, and they're packed full of great, like well-known actors in Korea. It's not like stratified that some of them never do TV or whatever. There's a lot of crossover. I guess it's the same here now, but they're not beating you over the head with shit. They just want to entertain you. That doesn't mean they don't avoid issues. They just don't sermonize to you about them,
Yeah.
Well, it's the same way Star Trek used to, where they dealt with it in a very adult manner and basically left it an open-ended question of like, these are the sides of the issue, and you can get to decide for yourself whether you think their solution was the right one or not.
Yeah,
not like modern television where it's just like, this is the way you must do it, and this thing's the thing you must believe, and if you think anything other than that, you're an evil bastard.
Yeah, it's forgotten that Choi Moon-sik was in the film Lucy. So this is the guy, and he's doing movies. He was actually his debut was in a 1991 Korean movie that I only just saw recently called Shiri, and he played a North Korean agent who was trying to basically assassinate the leaders of North and South Korea at a a summit.
Nice.
And by blowing the shit out of the entirety of Seoul or wherever they were meeting, he was going to blow up a football stadium, whatever. Just a bunch of fanatical North Korean agents who felt even that their own government wasn't extreme enough,
Wow.
But he was kick-ass in that, and yet he's not like an action guy, but he has presence,
Oh yeah,
he has a lot of presence.
Wait, was he in Ghost in the Shell, or is that somebody else?
I don't know if he was, to be honest.
I think he might have been as the head of Section 9.
I should know the name.
It's possible. Sorry, that's Squid Game.
I love Ghost in the Shell.
But yeah, this Big Bet is fantastic. Really good.
Even the live action movie was pretty decent.
That was the old boy thing he did. Now that does have some weird shit in it. If you see that movie.
Yeah.
You got to be prepared for a really horrible twist in it. And then he did the Admiral, which, as I say, is the biggest grossing Korean movie of all time. But,
that's cool.
It's good stuff.
Now, if you go to the Indian movies, I love RRR.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen dozens of Indian movies since then. I mean, they actually RRR is great, but I went to see Pathan recently.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to get on Netflix.
And that is in a series of spy movies. That's like the fourth in that, but it's the first one Shah Rukh Khan's been in is Pathan, but Salman Khan was in the first two, and then he had a completely different cast in the third, and then they've got this Pathan as the fourth, but they're all set in the same universe.
Okay.
So it was a big deal when Salman Khan pops into Pathan because those are the two biggest Indian stars going, and they're both been in this same spy universe.
That's cool.
But so that was a big thing when Salman Khan drops into that movie halfway through, and then there's mayhem ensues as they kick ass and kill dozens of people. But if you ever go back and watch the first one, which is Tiger, and then I can't remember the names of the other two, they're all really good spy action thrillers with hot female protagonists.
Yes, they're super hot.
And I love the fact that even in a spy action thriller that's supposedly a serious drama, they managed to fit in at least 2 dance numbers. Surreptitiously, they managed to do it somehow.
I like that one at the end of RRR. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but I just love the way they do that. Like this is a kick-ass action movie. These guys are out there blowing up airplanes and shooting people backwards and motorcycles, and then look, a dance number.
And okay, 70s. I wonder if you can, because I saw this like a couple months ago. There was a movie about this guy. He was all geeky, and it was an Indian movie, and I can't remember. And he got married to like some chick, and it was arranged.
It's not narrowing it down much.
No, and it was an arranged marriage, and then they gave him a makeover, and he became this badass.
It does sound familiar.
I wish I could remember so I could recommend it to people, but then he has to do when he goes home, he has to do the Clark Kent thing because he's not how he is, and then he changes throughout the movie until he tells you. It's such a good movie.
I'm trying to remember. I have seen that.
Yeah, it is. It's a good movie, isn't it?
Thing is, there's so many of these on streaming services now, like Netflix and Amazon Prime,
especially on Netflix.
I mean, you don't. Others, you have to look a little harder for. You know, I've got lots of ways of.
We don't know what that means, but yeah.
But you know, a lot of them are on, like the Tiger movies are on Amazon Prime, I think.
Yeah,
but I've also got a thing called Vicky, which is got Asian stuff in it, which is some of it's free, a lot of it on Tubi, Tubi or whatever you call it. A lot of the Indian and Korean and Japanese stuff on there, and if you've got Plex has a lot of them too. There's movies on Plex that you can watch. So.
And I want to put out, Plex also has Red Dwarf too.
Plex has got a lot of shit.
Interesting.
They have every season of Red Dwarf on Plex.
It's my main media player now, but also it's got all this other. So you can search for a movie in there, and it'll come up. Yeah, it's on Plex, and you might get like one advert, tiny little advert.
Yeah, that's how me and Sin. Because she never seen Red Dwarf. I wish she would have done this when she was here. But she never seen Red Dwarf, and I've been introduced, and we're up to the 3rd season now.
You know, I met the guy that was the original computer in that.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I can't remember his name now. What was the name of the computer in the first season?
Crichton. It was the guy, but they changed him.
Crichton.
The hologram.
No, not the hologram. The computer, the ship's computer.
Yeah,
Before Holly, it was a guy.
Yeah, I know, but then they changed it. Yeah, it was Holly. Then they changed in the 3rd season a girl. Then Holly came back, and then
but the first couple of seasons it was a bloke.
Yeah, and then they changed it to the girl. And then
but I met the bloke.
Back. Yeah,
I can't remember his name now, but we had a long chat.
It was all because of that alternate reality bullshit, and then they switched everything up. So.
Any rumors on a season 14?
Shit.
Yeah, that came back a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because I remember, I think it was April or May.
Yeah.
They surprised me with the season 13, that One Offer movie.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good, considering. I just know they have a tendency to wait 3 or 4 years between making series.
Yeah, and that's the thing because they're all
Norman
getting older
Lovett.
now, so you guys can't do this for too much longer.
Oh, he was Holly. Yeah, so Norman Lovett was Holly.
Yeah.
There's Norman Lovett. I did meet him, but
Yeah.
also, what was the name of the girl that was in it?
Kachansky?
Yeah.
That was Lister's love interest. in
Yeah,
the
but
show.
what was
and
the
then
actress's name?
Yeah. I don't remember.
I know the second one was Chloe something, because of course I had a crush on her.
Yeah, I had a crush on her too.
Because
Chloe something.
Claire Grogan, because she was in a band.
Chloe Arnett.
Altered Images, Images, and they had a few hits.
You mean the first one?
Claire Grogan, the very early love interest.
Right.
Rimmer was in a band called Altered Images. Has been a big hit with a song called Happy Birthday, and it's kind of new wave stuff, early 80s.
I just listened to them a couple days ago, just going through Spotify. No, it was Chloe Arnett was the replacement. Kachansky.
Yeah, and
the original Claire Grogan was cute.
Yes.
Yeah, and then when they got back to Red Dwarf, when the whole bullshit happened, and then everybody came back. So
it's one of the few series where I find with each season it actually gets better. Which
I had to tell Sin that because she was like, I don't know. I was like, wait, it gets better. But I told her, I was like, season 3 is really fucking dark. Like, it's dark as fuck.
And as weak as season 1 was, I mean, it really wasn't in hindsight that weak at all.
Yeah, no,
it's just that the following seasons were just better.
Yeah, it's kind of like with Black Books. She didn't like Black Books, the first show, and she was like, I don't know. And then, but then she, I was like, okay, do you want to watch the next 2 episodes? I swear it gets better. It just that first one was, it's funny. She laughed, but she's like, I don't know if there's even more. I was like, no, it gets better. Trust me. Just like with the IT crowd, like fucking hilarious shit on there with that.
That was great.
Yeah. Not the American, the British one is the fucking hilarious one.
That's all that exists in my brain.
Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to ask 70s, could you repeat some of those streaming services? I wasn't familiar with 2 of them.
Well, there's one Viki, Viki. I think it's called Viki. Rakuten is the company. Viki, Viki. Yeah, Viki video streaming service.
Yeah.
Viki. And it's got it's got some free stuff. You do have to pay for other stuff. You can either rent it or pay like so much a month. I don't bother with that, but Rakuten, 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 Viki. They're the ones that do Kobo books. If you've got the Kobo book app as well.
Yeah.
And the other one is Tubi, so TUBI, Tubi TV.
Well, I just want to say I haven't used the smart settings on my Samsung in a couple of years since I just watch everything off of the computer. But I would imagine that maybe in the smart that within Samsung there's like hundreds of apps, and maybe they're in there too.
I'm sure they are by now.
Viki is an app. The Viki app you can get on mobile.
Okay.
Viki, as I say, Viki. It's dead easy to find. Tubi and Plex, of course, is on all the mobile services too. If you put them all on one, if you put them all on an Apple TV, because they're all on that, and you've got Netflix and Amazon Prime, all of those on an Apple TV, you can search through all of them to see what's there for free. And if I don't find them there, I go looking for it somewhere else.
I got a Fire Stick that kind of does a similar thing.
Yeah.
You know, when you get all the apps there and you search, it'll search what you've got.
Yeah, Rakuten Viki is a big source of Asian and Indian stuff. I mean, they've got all these stupid K-dramas that are fluff, but they've got some kick-ass stuff too. It's a mixture. I mean, they're not discriminating. They've got everything on there.
Jed, it has to make you feel good that you've got 2 viewers.
Okay. This on here right now, I don't know because it tells me I'm not live. StreamYard says, yeah.
No, that's not the first time I've heard that tonight.
Yeah, it's telling me I'm not live.
I'm looking at 2 windows, Jed, and one of them is YouTube, and you're live.
Yeah. But on YouTube, it says I'm not live too, and I'm like, what the fuck's going
It's
on?
not. What's happening is, because I was on Loki's show earlier.
Okay.
It says if you look at your channel, Jed, it'll say upcoming.
Yeah, I know, and I'm
it
like,
doesn't say you've gone live.
Yeah,
which
and I'm
is
like,
weird.
I was
Which is
wondering
weird
why
because
nobody
I'm
was.
looking at it on my system and I'm seeing the live stream.
Yeah,
You can go into
I
the
hope
stream.
it's recording because we've
but
done
just-
almost 3 hours.
You can go into the stream and it's like playing, but if you just look at the channel page, it'll say upcoming, and that seems to be happening a lot tonight.
Oh, yeah. That's probably why people.
So it's not.
Usually
There's no
what-
notifications might not be going out. Might not be showing up as live in the left-hand menu.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree because I've seen that actually quite a bit tonight. Even when I got home and I was, trying to get ready for the stream and stuff.
Yeah,
That could either
before
be
all
YouTube
hell
or
broke loose, we
StreamYard
had to
fucking up.
redo it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know one thing. It seems like Gilded is the like when you have doubts, go to Gilded because that information seems to be the most reliable.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you're talking straight to us.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're talking straight to us, not the bullshit.
Exactly. Which is great.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
thanks.
so-
And I'm a wrench. I've never been a wrench before. Thank you.
Oh, you're a wrench now, brother. You earned that shit. Trust
I'm
me.
pretty sure there's more than 2 people watching, but I can kind of get why the number.
I'm like, it hasn't even been telling me who's been subbing either. So
Yeah, you were at 9 when I started, and it's definitely higher than that now.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it should be. You would think.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's us, so by the end of the show, I'm sure it'll be down to 3. But
I know. Sin did say that she loved all you guys being here because when I went away, I went to go say goodnight to her. She goes, dude, I love Red Shirt and I love 70s. I love Pope. I love all the guys on there. Tell them thank you for coming on to the stream tonight. So she said Punk too. So she said Punk's awesome too.
Okay.
Punk is awesome.
Yeah.
You can tell her where to buy my t-shirts.
I will. I'll tell her about it. I'm gonna. To be honest, I'm gonna be putting out T-shirts and mouse pads and a bunch of other shit for our shit too. So my shit. Well, Archivist is ours. I'm gonna have to get used to saying mine. So
is Sam? Are you still there?
Yeah.
Is Sam still there?
Sammy, you there?
Sammy. I think
Did
he's
the Gannis
popped
get
off
you?
for a while. He's popped away for a while. But-
Yeah,
So
he
Jed,
did.
just curious.
Jed, have you thought about what nights you want to stream going forward?
I
your
don't
own-
know.
as your own-
What were you gonna say?
I says as your own creator, as your own host.
I don't know. Iron's helped me with a lot of it. Iron and Pope and a lot of the other guys over in the guild that have been helping me. So
I mean, I don't have a preference. I know Pope, you have shows on Saturdays and Sundays,
Yeah.
but you're one of the few that I know that have shows on those 2 nights.
yeah.
well, I mean, in my case, my Sunday afternoon show is literally that's when a lot of people can make it.
Mhm.
Although that's changed recently, so I may change the timing on that going
Yeah.
forward. So, but on the Saturday night one is not one I run. I'm just on it.
Oh, okay. Just
So
trying
those
to think
are
of
a lot easier because I can just show up and run my mouth. I'm good at that. And the Sunday one I actually have to put effort into. Boo.
And go ahead.
I was just trying to find a nice little niche for you, where you can expand without having to compete with friends.
That's
I
the
think,
reason why I don't do it until the F&T's gone. That's the reason why Matt doesn't do that.
Right.
I think 4 a.m. is a good time slot for you.
Definitely. Because hey guys, let's
Yeah.
just face it. If Korean and Japanese culture are getting big over here, maybe there's a way you could bring
That's
that full
very
circle.
true.
Yeah. I mean, do you
Maybe
think
we could be a bad influence on them.
do you think Koreans and Japanese like penguins?
Probably.
Well, they eat them.
No, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's right. Ginger Ninja did say that penguin feet are a delicacy in Japan, and now I'm scared.
Another resource you might want to use is a thing called Asian Wiki.
Oh, yeah?
AsianWiki.com. Really great. It's got info about everything on there that's in Japan, Korea, Philippines, you name it, they're all on here, Indian stuff. Lots of detail about the actors. Like this, you should look out for this guy, Hwang Young-min, another veteran Korean actor. Is in some really good shit. I want to point out this film here, Deliver Us from Evil, kick-ass action movie. And the guy that's the villain in it is the guy from Squid Game.
Squid Game's awesome. Did you?
This guy here from Squid Game. So this guy here, Hwang Young-min, he's absolutely brilliant actor. He can do anything: action, comedy, drama.
Nice.
Kick-ass movie, Deliver Us from Evil. It's some brutal action in it. And another good one he did, which is he's making a follow-up to, is called Veteran. Where the fuck is it going on? Yeah, this is more of a kind of it's kick-ass action again, but a little more light-hearted. If you know what I mean? He's making a follow-up to that. And these are all well-known Korean actors as well that are in this. But yeah, it's a good movie, Veteran. So this guy, look out for this guy. Can never remember the name. It's Hwang Young-min.
Let me see something. I'm going to say something that
It's terrible. I just can't remember I recognize their faces. I just never remember the names. It's terrible. But then again, I can't remember my own name half the time. So AsianWiki.com, really good source, and it tells you what's coming up. Tells you the things that are coming up. So,
what are you going to say, Richard?
I'm going to say that I need to fade out here.
You just get out of okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's been fun. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it. And it's
You're always
fun on
welcome,
Friday
and
nights.
I'll see you probably next Friday. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because it's going back home next Friday. So.
Yes. All right. Well,
Okay,
everybody in the chat, thank you for showing up, and it's been great talking to you and everybody on the panel. It's been a hell of a conversation. Thank you much. Soul
Always good to
Assassin,
see you,
good
Richard.
night. Yep. And I'll be on Toxic Tuesday with Nick Weiser, assuming he manages to make it back from Houston. But you never know when it's Nick Weiser, But planning on being on Toxic Tuesday on his channel this coming Tuesday. We're going to be talking about a movie. I think it's a movie I've seen before and I didn't finish, so I'm going to have to watch the whole thing now.
I can't ever get over there because Nick's always full when I ask. He's like, I'm packed right now, man.
He's got a whole bunch of regulars, of which I'm one, which is cool. And then of course next Friday I'll be back on Foulball Productions channel for the MFer Cocktail Lounge. Same 8:00. I'll get there when I can.
Well, it'll be 6 my time, So
right, but everybody have a good night. Have a good evening, and I'll be seeing you.
See you, buddy.
Have a good night, brother. Okay.
That's a big Jed.
Exit solo layout.
It's the only time you'll ever hear that on this channel.
So here is something that I love right here in it. I don't know if anybody's seen this. This is on Crunchyroll and all the other things. I love Food Wars.
Oh, yep, I've seen both seasons.
Oh, there's 5 seasons.
Oh crap, I've seen the only two on Netflix.
If there's clam, then I'm watching it.
Oh, there's clam, there's tits, there's ass.
Fair.
Yeah.
Looks like I've been missing out.
I was making a food reference, but
I haven't seen the uncensored version.
Yeah, the uncensored versions are very, very good. So, it's on Amazon, it's on Roku, Crunchyroll, all this stuff. It's very good show. And even there's this one chef that I'm gonna be seeing you, red shirt. I get some sleep, brother. There's somebody that I'm gonna try to get over here, even on the MFer or mine, whatever Matt wants to do, whatever I try to figure it out. That he's a real chef, and he was on like some other show and he won and everything else, and he dissected Food Wars. He goes, yeah, you can actually do pretty good stuff with this, and he goes, actually the show is pretty decent, and they actually did put stuff together, but he did kind of flip out because he's like, what the fuck is this? And then the guy, he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna save this to my save list. But yeah, he's a chef. He's really cool. I want to get him on. So he thought Food Wars was hilarious, and I would like to talk to him about food and some other stuff. There is this one chef that I've been watching him talk about that he cooked chicken, okay, and then it was still raw as all get out.
Okay.
It was really bad. I would have to go through my stuff to find it.
Okay.
But it was really, really bad. But I love cooking shows. I've been watching The Next Level Chef. I watch Master Chef. I watch Hell's Kitchen. I watch all this stuff. So this was an easy fit for me because it's tits and ass and food, along with action. They actually have action in it too. It's really fucking good. I love the show. So, and yeah, dude, he's the main character. Like, he's a badass. He's like basically like me, kind of like, you know. Everybody rips on him all the time.
Not biting that one. Not
Yeah.
biting on that one.
And then he turns out to be the biggest badass out of the whole place. They're like, oh, he's the rebel, he's the outcast and all the other shit. Oh, he's a joke, and then he shows them everything, you know. So
Wait, are we looking at the anime version of the chef from oh fuck, what's that Steven Seagal movie?
Under Siege.
Under Siege? No, this is actually from one of my favorite animes. So
As long as there's a naked girl coming out of a cake, I'm good.
oh, dude, they have that several times in the show. Dude, it's TNA, but cooking and action and everything else. And
God
they
bless
actually
you,
do
Japan.
recipes.
You have a good
They
thing in
actually
life.
do real recipes in the show too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I didn't know that I was watching the censored version. Now I don't know how I feel about food now.
you're watching a censored version, bro.
It's just like people were really happy about their food, a little too happy, but you know it was okay. But now
Okay, because I first watched it on Netflix, and then I went to go watch it again, and I was like, where does all this other parts come from? Because they actually expand on talking about the food and what happened to his dad and all this other stuff, and then when they taste the food, sometimes their clothes fall off and shit, so...
yeah, that's weird.
She has the O face when she tastes one of his food one time, and she's like, oh my god, this is so wondrous, blah blah blah, and her clothes just fly off and shit.
She clearly likes the cream of some young guy.
Oh yeah, she does. And she tries to deny it throughout the whole episode, the whole series. This is her right here. That's her.
Glad to see they're tackling the burning social issues of the day.
Dude, that's a burning social issue right there.
Hey, maybe she's in the kitchen where she belongs. I mean, what?
Yeah, I
That's
know,
true.
right?
That's true. Barefoot, naked in the kitchen. That's
Yeah.
Just
And
the way
then,
God
you
intended.
know, there's
Just the way God intended.
There's that one right there, you know.
Oh.
But, yeah. But yeah, and I just love the show because
She does
everybody's
seem-
like, "Are you going to say 70s?"
She does seem fairly modest for an anime girl.
She is. Like, when you first meet her, she's such a fucking bitch to him. And then she starts warming up throughout the series.
That's fairly standard for an anime, though, where the main female character is usually a complete bitch at the start of it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then they grow on each other.
That looks like home. That looks like a home meal right there.
Look at it. She got that knife ready to fuck somebody up. And this is actually her outfit. Look at that right there. That's one of her outfits. She's fully covered in everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she got a big old rack on her.
Until she eats some food.
Until she eats some food and it just flies right off and shit.
Well, to be fair, she's not the only one who reacts when they eat food. That seems like a common reaction in the show when people eat food. They just get very excited and their clothes come off. It's not normal.
So here's all the images from. Wait, am I still on?
Seems like an appropriate response to a good meal to me.
Yeah, let me see something. Good wars. Food wars. Yeah. See, here it is. There, he's the main character right there. And he goes through everything, and this is like there's another picture. That guy in the background is kind of creepy, but he kind of grows on you. And this chick right here, okay, that one right here, that one, dude, she got a rack. She almost falls out of her top a couple times in the show.
Well, I mean that's standard procedure for most animes. There's usually a character like that in the background somewhere.
Yeah, and she's like this meat guru that she knows how to cook.
Oh, I bet she knows a lot about meat.
Oh, she does know a lot about meat. Here's. Did you see that one right there?
Yep.
I got the filter on.
Pineapple. Beach
pineapple. I got the filter on, so we don't see anything that bad.
I was going to say, Google these shows at your own peril, Jed.
Yeah, well, I have the filter on purpose, so. And here's the
you
food.
thought ahead. I wouldn't have, and I'd be done by now. So
this is all the food they actually make on the show, and people have started to make it for real.
I mean, sounds good.
Yeah, and some of the food is like really good.
Yeah, but some of it's probably weird shit. I mean, I love Japan, but they eat some weird shit.
Look at the face right there. Well, yeah. So yeah, it's a good fun. If you want to have a fun, watch something funny. That's you'll There's a lot of good stuff out there, like Me 70s and Pope, and been telling you about all the stuff tonight. There's tons out there, man.
Oh, yeah.
So have you watched, any of you guys watched this anime Tokyo Revengers?
I haven't, but I've heard about it.
I have.
Because it's the live action one I'm going to start watching. There's 3 movies, but I don't know if the anime's any good or not.
You know what I ran across not too long ago because of Sacred Cow Shipyards did a video on it. Apparently, they did a live action movie of the original space battleship Yamato.
Yes, and it's on my list to watch.
It's
I haven't watched it yet,
to say the
it's
least.
on my list.
But it looks pretty good. I haven't seen it yet.
So I've got if Jed wanted to share my screen.
Okay.
If he wasn't such a lazy, bloody producer.
Oh, I'm such a lazy.
That's the anime.
Hey, I'm not producer. I'm headed a ship over here.
So that's the anime, and I might watch it.
Even on his own channel, he's not the head of the show.
Yeah. But I've got the live
You're
action.
still the producer.
Live action movie to watch. So.
I have watched a couple episodes of this. It's really good.
Okay.
Yeah, the movies look good. I'm not sure if I've got them here. I'm looking for the live action movie, but sometimes it's hard to get to it because you have to go through the anime stuff first to find it.
Yeah, you got to go through like a ton of
live
shit
action
just to
film.
find
Yeah.
things, yeah.
I'm not really into anime too much, but I did just finish watching the Cyberpunk Edge Runners anime, which is
How did you like it?
That was fun.
That was a really good one. I liked it.
Yeah,
a lot.
it was.
So
Especially as someone who really enjoys the Cyberpunk brand and universe. That was great.
Oh yeah, I love.
See, it keeps going back to the manga instead of the live action. So
Yeah.
I want the live action movie for Christ's sake, but never mind. They look good anyway. One of the stars of the second and third movies is if you ever watched Alice in Borderland, he's the really cool guy in it with the blonde hair, and
Yeah.
he's
And
a
if
cool
you-
character. Yeah,
If you guys haven't watched it, that's a really good show.
I've watched it.
Yeah.
You
have?
It was awesome.
It was. Did you watch the second season?
I did. I'm kind of hoping they might. I mean, it kind of left it a little bit open. You never know. There
Yeah,
could be a
they
third.
did.
I hope so because
So-
I fucking love. But I love the cool blonde-haired guy, the aloof guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was always
It's-
watching everything, and that's how he was so good at the games. He was so good at watching and figuring it out. But he's the star of the second and third Tokyo Revengers movies, so. As well as a bunch of other stuff that I want to watch that he's in. There's also a really stupid movie called What Will We Do with the Dead Kaiju, which looked quite funny. But
Oh,
I wish
and
they
the
came
blood-
out with an
and
anime
the
series
bl-
or whatever about Pacific Rim. Speaking of kaiju,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like turn the comic book series into like an actual cartoon. That would be fucking awesome.
There,
I love
there
the
is
movie.
a
First
there is a Pacific Rim animation that's kind of it was on Netflix. I haven't seen the second part of it, but I did watch the first part of it. Like kids that are trying to find their parents after one of the big things attacks in America.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forget what it was called though.
Yeah, I think they've done a couple of like short animations and stuff like that, but they have their own comic series for years. And then the movie. The first one's brilliant. I love it because it's exactly what you think it is. It's giant robots fighting giant monsters, and they don't stray from that.
And great CGI.
Yes. Oh, brilliant CGI, dude. The boat sword is still one of my favorite fight scenes of all time.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Like that was just a really cool, like, interesting way of like giving you the scale of what you're watching. Is just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick up a container ship and just start beating this thing with it.
Yeah.
Which is something we'd all like to do if we could.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, once in a while.
Well, I never
So-
saw the sequel. I heard it was pretty bad, but
It's bad.
But from what little I saw on YouTube, the CGI still looked pretty good.
Oh, the CGI is still good. The story's just terrible.
Right.
Hey, 70s, what was that movie that the lenders, what Keith Sutherland, they all came back from the dead and stuff? It had Julia Roberts in it, and they were all trying to kill themselves, and they would come back.
Oh God, yeah.
So he gave me something.
That's a long time ago now. But
Yeah,
I
it
remember
was, and I
Yeah.
can't remember it.
I watched it.
It's not Lost Boys.
No, it's not.
No.
It's
What is it?
You have to look
it's
it up.
It's not the Sentinel, is it?
they
no.
would die and come back, and I would go lead into this
They were trying to
article.
kill themselves because they wanted to find out what was, and then get brought back because they wanted to find out what was
So-
beyond the.
There's
Yeah.
Okay. I
this.
vaguely remember that now.
Yeah.
There's look that up.
I'd have to look it up. I can't remember now, but it was.
Okay. So, Flat Runners. Soul had
Flat-
it.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, so
Was that it? Flat.
yeah, Flat Runners. Yeah, Flatliners.
Flatliners, yeah, not
Yeah,
runners.
okay,
Sorry,
so-
flatliners.
So, Pope gave me this, and that kind of fits into this right here.
Oh yeah.
German doctors are attempting to reverse death and resurrect humans.
That seems
Well.
like
Of course, it's the
What could possibly go wrong?
we got how many horror movies?
shit.
I mean, how many horror movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says company called Tomorrow Biostasis focus on human cryopreservation, and it hopes to eventually reverse death.
Right, so they're not just digging up people who've been dead for years, which
No,
would be
they-
a bit gruesome.
Yeah, they have people in here. They said
This has
waiting
been going on
list.
for a while.
It's a startup based in Germany, and it has hundreds.
But this isn't new. I mean, people have been doing this for decades. Walt Disney's head's been frozen, isn't it, or something?
I know.
Or,
Walt Disney, his whole self has been frozen for a
yeah.
long time.
It's only the cheapskates that just freeze the head. They can't afford the whole body.
Yeah, right. I mean, but it seems like this is just a scam that repeats every now and again. Like every now and again, somebody will pop up and come up with an idea for this. It's just like, oh yeah, we'll get a bunch of rich people who have more money than sense to pay into it, and then run away with the money.
So it says as soon as somebody dies, it's kind of like in Cyberpunk, where if somebody dies, they would come get them and they revive them sometimes.
Well, there's a I'm not sure reviving someone that's already dead is ever going to be possible. You could take people who are terminally ill and possibly invent the technology to put them into some kind of hibernation.
Yeah.
And that would last long enough for a cure to be found. That's possible, maybe in a few hundred years.
Yeah.
But not someone that's already dead.
Yeah, nope, not now. And they said it responds to preserve the person's body and brain in a state of stasis. Once future events is materialized, the company will treat and reverse the person's cause of original death and bring them back to death from dead
You
to
only
enjoy
really
the
need the
life.
brain.
How do you reverse the cause of death?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what the?
What if the cause of death was decapitation?
Yeah, you're done for. Like,
see, the
you
thing
ain't
is,
coming back, bro.
we still don't understand the true nature of consciousness. So, if you're dead and all electrical activity is done and chemical activity is done, there's no way you're bringing anyone back. It's not a matter of reanimating the flesh because we still don't understand the nature of consciousness. And it's the degradation to the you can freeze it all you like. You're not bringing anyone back.
Yeah, they said right here there's still a small issue of nobody knowing how to actually revive a dead crowd. They can freeze the brain to preserve cells and tissues, but even previously dead brain back to life. That's how we're gonna get zombies right there.
So what I see is somebody saying, "Hey, you don't want to die, but you're getting kind of up there in age, but you have a lot of money. So pay us a lot of money so we can save your body and your brain cells, so that one day that this money you gave us we can give into finding a cure." I.e., you know what this makes me think of?
What?
Because I remember this. I think it happens every now and then, but I think it was probably in Seattle or something. But there were these people that said, okay, for all those of you who believe in a rapture, we're going to be the service that takes care of your pets after you get raptured.
Oh, jeez.
So you just sign up and you know this deposit so that you'll know that your pets are safe with us after you've been taken away for your up to whatever God you believe in, sort of thing, or comment you want to write on.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, there was this. There was that cult that was like the eternal life, people or whatever. They were like a church.
Yeah.
They were like a church or something.
Mhm.
That like they did an eternal life. Also, I had no idea that Flatliners was a Joel Schumacher film.
Was it really?
It was?
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
Now that you
Yep,
mention
that's
it,
what I'm looking-
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, Flatliners is a 1990 American psychological horror film directed by Joel Schumacher, produced by Michael Douglas and Rick Bieber, and written by Peter Filardi. It stars Kiefer Sutherland, Julia Roberts, William Baldwin, Oliver Pratt, and Kevin Bacon.
Oh, Kevin Bacon, nice.
Well, why don't they start with resurrecting, say, the dead pets first, and then move up?
Have you not seen Pet Cemetery?
Yeah, we
That's also a
we
very
go
good
play that, bro.
Hey,
Eric, hey?
I've never seen it.
I haven't either, but the concept scares me.
Yeah.
It scares me.
I mean, just think of it, like the husk of an animal brought back to life by someone else reanimating it and pulling it to strings, and am I breaking the fourth wall yet? Anyway.
No, just go ahead, man. But here, speaking of that, look at there's this thing right here. Gorilla amazes visitors. It strolls like a human walking upright in the zoo in China. Have they not seen this before? Look at this. He's just chill. He's like chilling. Like, look at that. He's just walking across, just like a Yeti and shit. Like Bigfoot.
How do we know that's not
Look at that
Yeti?
shit. Look at that shit right there.
How do we know that's not Yeti, huh? You don't know what he looks like. You know where he lives.
Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever the fuck it is.
Only in China.
Yeah, I was just like, and then there's like rare graph and other stuff. Oh, there's puppies. Cat falls the puppy pile. Dun dun dun.
This is what the
Get me out of
internet
here,
was built
man!
for.
Come on, get me out of here.
Well, this is the feel-good portion of the stream. I like
Yeah, right? This
before
is
we make
what,
you feel
what
bad
half of
again.
the internet was built for, and the other half we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube.
Yeah, so we got to do what YouTube lets us do.
or at least lets us show.
Although someday we are going to do a rendition of that on somebody's stream. Is just the internet is for porn.
It's adorable.
Yeah.
Didn't that come from Avenue Q?
Yes, it did.
Oh, this one's kind of cute. Look at that.
You know, that warms my heart. You know, thinking about where that came from.
Yeah. Best puppet show ever.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe to date, but we under a rock. We're gonna rock your rock. You know, never mind.
Well, stuff like this got me through the pandemic.
Oh, well, look, there's a steampunk parade. Look at this.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty freaking cool.
What is that?
Where's
Norway?
this? Let me see where this is at. Oh, Netherlands, yeah. Dude, he looks like a Borg from a distance, and he
Kinda
gets
does,
close
yeah.
up. You're like, hey, how you doing?
That's pretty cool.
Let me see. Cat greets him in newborn fawn. He's like, hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, bro?
When do we get to the part where we just watch episode 17 of Matt's stream?
Wait. I got some. You mean the part, this part right here? Because I already have it like put in here.
I missed it live. I went to bed early, and so I've watched that at least 10 times.
So here, we'll put this in here. Oh, and I need to say, there's a brother man that has been with me in 70s and Matt and VW. His name is Eric K.
Hey, hail Eric K.
Finally, I've been sitting in the back here since I first arrived.
Jed's a terrible producer. Jed cannot produce for shit.
It took until I said something in the back until you noticed, hey, there's someone else here.
It's not like there's a row of things at the bottom with, you know.
I don't
you can
see
just,
it, you know. So I was trying to entertain. Were you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Hey, Pope, show me the eye candy one if you do.
What's that?
What you said.
Oh yeah, that's just an animation that Warhammer just came out with yesterday. That's the new cinematic for the new source book.
Oh, I don't
it
think
looks
can
fucking
we
sick.
play that.
Probably not.
I mean, it's their YouTube channel, so
okay.
If they get away with it, I'm sure we will.
No, you know what YouTube's like, Pope.
That's fair.
No
That's very
guarantee.
fair. It's like back in the day when I used to get bans on Facebook for shit I found on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's repurposing somebody else's content.
Oh my god! It's not like people do that on Twitch all the time,
right?
No, nobody watched Dragon Ball Z in Spanish.
No, I didn't know.
And it's not like, you know, especially for what we do with it, it's not like that's all covered under fair use or anything.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Nope. sharing pictures of something that's been a public, photo or music video for years.
I like what Soul said. These have got to be. This has got to be the
pretty
most
much.
tame selection of bits ever. Yeah, because I think people see what I share on Twitter sometimes, and I'm like, they got tits, ass, boobs, everything hanging out, all this shit on.
You're like our own little low rent version of Raging Golden Eagle, and we love you for it.
And then I have a few porn star people that I know, and I'm like, hey, she did good. I'm like, boop, retweet. You know, like the porn star friends.
So that's why people are confusing Jed and I on Twitter.
So here, let me see if we can do this without getting.
Jed, this is far superior to say imagining your skull splitting open and feeling the consciousness of your inner being.
I've already felt my.
Is that metal?
That's pretty metal. Not gonna lie.
Metal.
So, yeah, here. Let's see if we can watch this. We can't. I don't. Let me go.
I mean, I'm a punk. I mean,
you are a punk.
I mean, it's like that song, from Less Than Jake. All my friends are metalheads.
Mm-hmm.
Saw them live once. It's a great show.
Hey, it's all rock and roll to me, man.
Okay.
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I do miss. You know what? I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead.
There's not a lot of people here, so maybe they won't quote me. But I do miss Dildo in the chat. I do.
Dude, I was trying to get a hold of him, and I didn't know how to get a hold of him.
We need to send up the dildo signal.
Yeah, I was like, we need him over here. Like,
it's not the same without him.
It isn't, because he's over there just telling us to go fuck off and shit all the time.
And Chad, if you ever tell him we said that, you're banned.
We need him over here.
Yeah, but I can't see
him timing out random people.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Well, that was when I first came over there. He timed me out. He's like, "Fucker," like.
Yeah.
And then Matt's like, "You gotta be nice to him." He tells Matt to go piss off.
Look, I remember back in the day, like a year ago at least, a little over a year ago. So some of those great streams, there was Zach's, Dildo, me, and a few other people just giving Matt hell for like an hour. And he's like, we're some of the other people in the chat. We were just blowing up the chat, and he's like, "What the heck? I'm just ignoring you guys." And we just kept.
Well, there's this here. Watch this. There's us giving Matt hell and then saying we're a bunch of assholes and shit.
All of you are talking shit in
All
the
you
way
guys are
none
fucking
of you,
morons.
None of you will ever have to face
shit
your
now.
arrogance. You're all like, "Oh, no,
Oh, you guys
like,
are
yeah,
so
really
fucking toxic.
you're also fucking badass. You're also fucking masculine."
I admire your individuality.
how he keeps going there,
Listen
right?
To me. Listen to me, you
funny.
fucking YouTubers, you fucking talkers on the internet. If you ever looked her in the eye, every one of you would sell your fucking house to like
Islington girl, you're just
your
giving us
ass.
some ideas.
Shut up. You guys are too cocky. You're way too cocky. You're like,
Are you gonna be like John Barrowman
You'll
and like
never have
tap
to
your
make
dick
that
over
choice.
her and like just tap your dick everywhere on her, claim her, like,
Every one of you. You guys are too arrogant.
God.
You're too arrogant.
Too arrogant.
Well, Matt must be jumping for joy right now. Bree is now free and available.
True.
Oh shit, he is. She is.
Yes,
said he is.
It's all over.
Free agent.
Well, he's not a free agent no more. He got a girlfriend now.
I was talking about Bree.
Yeah, he would dump her for Bree. Come on now.
Oh yeah, he would because
he's a simp.
Well, here, yeah, I can show you how much of a simp he is. Just a second. let me get into my gilded right here. And
Who did she dump, Eric?
And Soul Assassin, you're right. Lethal's going to hit that way before Matt gets to it.
yeah,
I think he was a
Yeah.
producer or actor or director or something. I don't even know. I don't pay attention to that. I just heard it on Friday Night Tights, and Ryan was going on about, oh, you know, all of you would. So Ryan's had a giddy up for her since she retweeted him once.
Yeah, she did retweet him, and I was laughing when that happened. So I was just like,
I love that when somebody retweets one of us, it's just like, do they know who they just retweeted?
yeah, it's like, do you know who we are? Like, here, watch this. And I got this up. We got it up. Let me do this. Okay, these are all clips. EGAG.
Excellent pussy that you're like.
It's not about excellent. It's about maintaining erections.
It's about quality, not the quantity. It's about sustaining
Yeah,
the
she's
integrity
quality.
of
Let's be honest. Physically, that girl is quality. She's internally a monster, but like physically,
Internally a monster.
really,
That's not
I mean,
quality.
There is a
can
connection
anyone-
for me to
can
the
anyone in this chat
personality.
honestly say they've had better?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys have all had sex with women who are prettier than Brie-Large.
Hell yeah.
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 Nothing to brag about, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
But then again,
honestly,
beauty's in the eye of the
respect
beholder.
you
So
all.
like, we can't really. That's such
I
a
don't believe
subjective
it,
topic.
but I respect you. I don't think it has. Really? Are you guys like?
This was the biggest self-report I've ever seen.
Dude, it gets worse. He digs in a hole and I'm trying to find a clip where I said, if you would shit in 70s was here because you can tell who was here. I said, if she shits in a bed, he goes, yeah, I'll do it if she shits in a bed. And me and 70s are going off on him.
Well, when Matt stepped away, 70 said, "This is comic gold. Just keep this up. Just keep provoking the bear."
It was comics, and me and 70s were just poke.
Wow. All guys named Matt though that I've known are simps.
Yeah.
Hey, 70s, I know you have to drop out, so have a great night since
Okay,
no one
brother.
else is paying attention.
No one else is. But,
Here,
yes.
just a second.
Good farewell.
Hey,
Goodbye.
here, brother.
Hey, no, I got nothing to say except it's better to burn out than to fade away. So,
Yeah.
good night, everybody. It's good
Night,
to see you all.
Love you, brother.
Take care.
Bye, Dad.
Sorry to interrupt, but I knew he had to go.
Thanks for being my producer, Eric.
Way to be.
That's how he gets you. He'll just sit there and not do it until somebody shows up.
I'm like, hey, how you doing? What's up, man? I'm looking for this one. Where is it? I can't find it.
This has been How to Trap a Producer with Jed Revenwolf.
Yeah, I don't know.
So this was an audition stream, huh?
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
It's less of an audition and more just he'll let your own OCD just draw you in and then shut the door behind you.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
The darkest timeline.
The darkest timeline. Let's go.
40 best clips I have saved.
Dude, when Matt saw that, he's like, "What the fuck? How did he have time to like do all
It was chronological. It was just 30 seconds, 60 seconds at a time. It was so easy.
I was like, he's like, I don't believe you.
Well, I like that Matt got the weasel out of us going through his highlight reel here.
Here.
'Cause we were gonna do it last week, weren't we?
I was gonna do it last week, but he kept putting it off, and I never got to do it because I had clips ready. I had all these clips, and he goes, "Fuck that! Oh, you're not gonna go put that up on 100 show."
Yeah, how late did that stream go? Because I left it at like hour 4.5 or 5.
It went 10 hours.
45 minutes.
Yeah, we went 10 hours last week.
Dang, I only caught the first half.
Yeah,
I was on for like what 3 hours, and then I bailed because it was fucking late.
Yeah.
So,
I woke up and noticed you guys were on, and I said, "No, I'm going back to bed."
Well, I went to bed, woke up, and it was still going.
Yeah, Matt was sloshed as fuck at the end.
I believe it. He wasn't too bad by the time I left, but I could tell he was getting somewhere.
Yeah, towards the end, he was either gonna pass out or he was just gonna pass out from either being tired or being too drunk.
At first, I thought it was one of those situations like, when you leave a tab open and it'll have a live stream in your like recommended feed, it'll still say it's live.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it can't still be live. So I clicked it. No shit, no shit. You guys were still going like 8 hours later. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he said he just wanted the thing was the longest stream we ever had was 7 hours and 42 minutes.
Yep.
We went. Was it how many hours is that after? 4 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, like 2
4
hours longer than that.
Yeah, we went over that and hit 10, and so.
Yep.
I said, so when the 200 show comes up, we're gonna have to do like 11 or 12 or 20, and then Tom pops in just out of nowhere. He's like an RKO out of nowhere. He goes, "No, you got to do a 22-hour stream." Like,
Nice.
I'm like, "What the fuck, Tom?"
He doesn't sleep either, so.
Yeah, I know. And I was like, and then at that end where there started to be an argument, and Tom's like, "I don't want to be." I was like, "Dude, you want to come over?" He's like, "Fuck no, I don't want to come over." You see this? He's going, "You see this shit that's going on right now?" Because at the end there was kind of an argument.
Well, I remember when the stream started, you're like, "Hey, our personal best is 8 hours. Want to beat that?" And Matt's like, "Nah, I just want to have fun. I ain't trying to go forever tonight." Really?
Yeah, I figured when I left, it was going to maybe go another hour, but no. Matt seemed like he was about ready to wrap it up at that point. So.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah, because right before I left, because we were getting full and a few people beeped in. I found out later that Ironcaster was trying to get in, but we were too full up. And by the time I left, he was like, "Nah, I'm going to sleep."
Yeah, because I was talking to him and he's like, "Bro," I was like, "Yeah, did you let me in?" I was like, "If you want," and like, here, where's 99? I can't find 100. Did he not put it in the thing yet? Can somebody find 100 for me?
Stand by.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find it. Unless he didn't add it yet, because he's been away.
Well, I added to what, Jen?
We added to the list and stuff. I was trying to. I was like, I sat with him for about an hour and a half to clean up the lists the other day for the podcast, and we made sure all the MF for cocktail lounges were in one row and all this other shit. So
yeah, that's time consuming.
Yeah, we were. Okay, thank you, brother. So this, I'm gonna go to the very end. So we did 10 hours and 45 minutes.
Wow. So almost 11 hours.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so right here. So, and then I'm going to go to the end. Yeah, 10 hours, 45 minutes. By the end over here, we were at 9. So here's the 10-hour mark, and then it got...
The second is that like...
I'm not laughing.
Well, you will.
They got into a huge argument.
If like the right wing, like whatever establishment in America understood like the true like Mexican culture, like they wouldn't lose a election for the next like 70 years. Like the Mexican population that I experienced was so pro like religion and like just so pro like hard work that like that's like what the Republicans say they're all about. Like if they just embrace like the Mexican Americans, like they would never lose an election for I'm not kidding, like 70 is
Wow.
Yeah,
Like
Mac
you
was
said, Matt
gone. Mac
pretty
was gone.
freaking hammered by this point.
Yeah, he was hammered because you can hear by the way he was slurring. He was like, they would kind of like a little bit of a Trump slur. You know, he's like, you know what, they live there for 100 years or some shit. I was like,
Yeah.
because
You know what?
Ace goaded him into an argument that lasted 2.5 hours almost.
Holy crap.
Oh, I knew when
How drunk was Ace?
Ace was good. It was. I think Ace was fucking with Matt. Like,
Yeah,
'cause
I mean,
I was just sitting there, and me and Gregory were like, and he's like, "Well, you don't want me to talk." And at this point, when all the shit started, I was talking to Tom. I was like, "Tom, you want to come over?" He's like, "Hell no! Do you think I want to come over to that right now?"
Yeah.
And then it was just it was and then here we go. Where is it?
Oh,
And
you know what?
didn't even send him the link.
He would. I don't think he'd come on. He'd be like, "You."
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have
Stuff all the
dildo in the
time.
chat
Like,
just lighting
I
the fuse.
spend all my
continually.
money. I just spend.
Yeah. What did you say?
Meanwhile, you just have dildo in the chat, just keep lighting the fuse and then walking away.
Oh yeah, dude, he would do that all night. He stayed. He was one of the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that stayed all night. He would go, "Hey, I'm gonna light this shit up, walk away, light this shit off, walk away." and then you know, because you see the top chat relay where people were talking about and stuff, what we were talking about over there, and I was like, yeah.
All my time doing this the right way, just for them to just run over
Just
the
for
freaking
them to
wall,
just,
expecting
you know,
benefits. Yeah.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better.
This is it. Hey there, Matt. I got the Trump speech going on right now.
No, it is amazing how the more people drink, the more the better they understand politics.
Yeah, I was like he's
Well, you say
blasted.
that as a joke, but as someone who studied political science, you kind of have to be half smashed in order to make it make sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's a converse side of it, but I'm talking about this.
Oh yeah.
I'm not talking about studying it. I'm talking about the fabrication of knowledge through alcohol by volume.
That's very true.
Yeah, like he'd been drinking all night continuously, and by the 10th hour, you could really tell. Like
well, when you look at it, Nancy Pelosi does the same thing, and she was Speaker of the House forever, so you know.
Like, well, here what Soul said. Thanks to stream like this, we know there are beings like Dildo who just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure Dildo isn't just a malevolent AI that lives on YouTube. And
Well, and we also thought it might be because Dildo and Matt are never they're always in the same place. So somebody has came up with this theory that Dildo is actually Matt on another computer to the side, and he's fucking with people. So
could also be true. Because that does sound like something Matt would do.
Yeah, and I was like, how long of a troll? That would be the ultimate troll. That he's kept this shit going for that long.
Without even giving it a hint.
Yeah, without giving any hints. Hey, I don't think that's him, but Dildo is Matt's cat.
That is new
Weird,
lore.
but believable.
Punkwaddle, you're leaving.
Yeah.
Okay, brother. Yeah, he has to go and do another stream.
No, I don't have to do another stream. I think I need to watch a couple things and go to bed.
Oh, okay, brother. Here, let me put you up here. Where's it? Oh, fuck. Well,
I know you wanted to go through some more of this. I'm just kind of fading right now.
Oh, here. Let me.
I just figured the lovely Sherry was going to show up and show some more recipes of how to cook penguin.
Yeah, that's becoming very common, and people like War Monkey are also catching on. And please don't eat me.
He's too cute to eat. Come on.
Thank you. I mean, maybe there's penguins that are uglier. I would never eat them because that's cannibalism, and I hear that's bad for you.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But,
Hey, I want to ask you. Do you guys want to continue or want to go when Punk goes?
Oh,
Want
I'm
to
good.
continue? Okay, okay.
Hey,
Go
Punk,
ahead. Go
Are
ahead,
we
Punk.
going to learn, Punk, about the fate of your comrades next week?
Yeah,
Um.
Weldon and stuff.
Wilton and
Okay, yeah. That cliffhanger. I thought you meant that you're gonna cook all the penguins but me, and I'm gonna be really sad inside.
No. We'll cook
that
all
was
the penguins and save you. Okay.
All right, that segue was a little. I mean,
sorry about that.
I told you this is the darkest timeline, so I just expect the worst. That's all. But I hear there's a rumor that Floral will be back. We still don't know. Haven't heard anything about Wilton. Don't know if he's lost in space or he's being toyed with some alien ship. We don't know. But Floral said I think he's going to try to be back.
I did talk to him tonight, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I know as much as Punk does because I was talking to him tonight. So
Okay. Yeah. So
well, Wilton does seem like he might like some probing. So
yeah.
Well, it might be uncomfortable, but he probably learned some things from the aliens, for better or worse. So I think if Wilton comes back, we'll start up again our YouTube showdown like we had last year. Continue that where we fabricate one-on-one matches between YouTubers and decide who would win through a series of clever and absurd reasons. I think some of you guys have been on there. Like I think Eric K, were you on that last year?
No, I wasn't. I was supposed to be on, but
that's right.
I got busy.
That's fair, but next time show up. Anyway, well, at least you have a better record than Sporking because he hasn't showed up yet.
So he just did this to you. He just did this to you.
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
But yeah, catch me with Floral from Under a Rock. Floral, maybe Wilton if he's still alive, and Mrs. Flu. We do our Wednesday show at 8 p.m. Central, and then you can catch me on Twitter. We've got the Punk Your Waddle collection for t-shirts and socks and mug. Wait, I don't have a mug. I have a pint glass and stuff like that. And I think we're working on some Mrs. Flu merch and some other stuff. So check that out. And I hang out with Snow Dub on Saturdays. Probably going to start the Cotton Council soon. So, yeah, that's
I'm going to come over there with you guys on a Saturday sometime.
Well, I mean, we do like plushies.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm one of the OG members. Well, maybe not OG, but I'm one of the members of the Cotton Connection. So.
Yeah, I know that the Cotton Council is a newer iteration.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. I know there's a lot of you guys have been hanging out with Snow for years, and it's really fun to be part of that whole Cotton Connection. So
yeah, I had this character named Wicked over there. Go watch some of the old ones where he was a drugged out Ewok. that sounded like Bobcat, Growface, and Beavis at the same time.
Sounds like you would get along with Gator real well.
I've actually met Gator.
Yeah,
he's a great dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I will say this, that I think that we're starting to do a little more frequently. The calling them the Nip and Nag. It's building Gunpla and models with Snacks and Comics, Ironcaster, Collie Hound from the Cotton Connection. He actually put together his first Gunpla the last week, and it turned out pretty good. And so we're gonna try to do that. And I don't know if we'll maybe keep it on Snacks, or maybe we'll bounce around other channels. Maybe I'll make a channel just so I can share some content because everybody's trying to find me on places. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Yeah, you have.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you have a channel, Punk Waddle.
Yeah.
I don't actually have any videos on my channel yet, but stay tuned. Maybe there'll be an announcement. Who knows? My New Year's resolution does not start a channel, but everybody's telling me maybe I should start a channel. And you know how New Year's resolutions work. You don't keep them.
Yeah, I promote the fuck out of Punk all the time. So
let's not make that
right there.
Let's not make that a tagline, but you can do that. we could try to keep it PG-13 on the Floral Channel. I don't want to.
I know. I saw
don't
when
wanna
Jay was
surpass
over there.
him. I
And
don't-
you guys are giving him crap.
I don't want to be like, hey guys, Punk's outgrown us. Wilton's okay, even though
He
he
went
incites
full
violence.
fucking metal.
Yeah.
Punk.
Yeah.
It's
I'd drop a
brilliant.
mic if I was holding one.
It's brilliant stuff, Punk Waddle.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well, I mean, I could stay. You know, if you're gonna keep me up here and you just talk to me and not be there, I could be on for another hour. If that's
Okay,
what you really
we
want.
can be on here.
Well, did you
wanna
come up?
chill? Yeah, chill with us some more.
Did you come up with the? Who came up with the ponderances? Was that you?
That was me.
They're brilliant.
Yeah. So, all right, you can take me on the big screen. I'll just talk for a minute. I don't want to get a bigger head than I already have.
Oh, that's impossible.
That's a joke because I'm only 17 inches tall, so it can't be that big. No. So okay, I'll give you the scoop. I'll give you a scoop on this first inaugural bootlegger mother effer ball. So I'll tell you this. So when I was in high school, and I'm not in high school anymore. Some people think I'm just some young kid.
Well, he's short, so you think he'd be in high
Yeah,
school.
yeah.
So, yeah.
But like me and some friends, we would just kind of, joke around about philosophers and philosophize. I think is what we did when we were younger. So, and also to be fair, I've had the name Punk Waddle for like 20 years. Like my mom named me twice. Ironically, she did come up with the name Punk Waddle. She
Since
doesn't
you're a
remember
young
it all,
egg,
but
huh?
What?
Since you're a young egg.
Yeah. Since at least my teens. Because I was calling me a punk ass just seemed too much on the nose. So yeah, but we just kind of joked about that and waxing philosophic. So, once I decided to show my face on YouTube, go full cam, we were thinking that I need to have my own little segment. It's a little bit, it's not quite shorts. We've been thinking about doing some, maybe cutting them down into abbreviated versions or something like that. But the ponderances is just, I don't know, it's kind of a cross between the inspiration of my childhood and Jack Handy. So
Jack Handy was awesome, though.
yeah. Well, you're saying I'm not?
Well, yeah, you're awesome.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm not.
He's
Jack
okay.
Handy.
You need to get up to more Jack Handy standards.
Yeah, I should probably get a stool.
With deep thoughts,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ponder.
Well, he's thought your ponderances. What if Opus the Penguin had been really smart, and he
Yeah.
would have done that.
And to be fair, I think I've heard of Opus before, but I mean that's actually kind of one of the biggest compliments I could have as a penguin. So I appreciate that.
Oh, Opus was my favorite cartoon character for 20 years.
I had to go look up some more of the stuff when you said that because I didn't really remember him that much.
Hey, Punk, is Fish Heads one of your favorite songs?
Who's it by?
He used to be on Dr. Demento. Fish heads, yummy fish heads.
That's going back a ways, Jed. For us, that's like 80s stuff, right?
Yeah.
I was alive in the 80s. It's true.
Eat them up, yum. Ding.
I like shrimp tacos better.
Shrimp tacos. Oh, shrimp tacos. Oh. Yeah. You don't like fish as much as shrimp tacos.
I like some good salmon and tuna sushi sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Well, I thought because you're a penguin, you would like fish a lot. So
Well, I do.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know about fish heads. I don't want to eat the brains. I'm not a zombie.
He's like fish heads.
Fish brains.
We need Snortopus in here too.
Oh yeah,
my other cold weather friend.
Yeah, I miss him.
How is he doing? I haven't heard that.
I saw him last week, a week or the week before, because he came. I think he came over to the 100 show.
I saw him this morning.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm in every chat, so.
Yeah.
That's
Eric is the
Eric is
stealth
everywhere.
chat ninja, just like Redshirt. Yeah.
Because I know he's
Oh yeah.
he lives near Tampa, and we keep saying we're going to go to a Greek festival one of these days, and we never have.
I know. I see him. I see him in the morning a bit between Loki
There.
and some other stuff.
Speaking of, I gave Eric Kaysen that he has on the other channel. so
Yeah, he's usually at Culture 6 Minute Daily.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Collie Hound, I was just talking about you a second ago. I don't know if you caught it about the Nip and Nag stream and how you put together your first HG gunplay, which is really awesome.
She said like fish sticks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, I don't have much in the way of gunplay anymore. Well, I don't think I ever really got into that. But if you guys were willing to let me work through my pile of shame a little bit, I got plenty of those.
Nice.
Wait, was that from what movie was that from?
MechWarrior. This is BattleTech.
Okay, interesting.
A whole bunch of different ones. And since I'm just still setting up over here, like all of it's on my desk right now.
So are these models you put together yourself?
Well, yeah, you either get them out of a kit or some of them like let me see if I can find a good one that you can see. Yeah, like these are all 3D printed.
Oh, that's
nice.
And stuff like that. And then these are actual, the miniatures you play the tabletop game with.
Okay. Nice. So when you do a 3D printer, do you have to draw it first? Do you have to have the diagram, the schematic?
There's STL files out there for all of these. Like these are all based off of the current video game models.
Okay.
That are out there, and then you can basically print them out on tabletop and paint them up how you want.
I thought I was going to take over your show, Jed.
Bruce Lombardo, huh? Maybe I will. I know I'm in a couple of groups using on Discord.
Yeah, he does some really cool stuff. I've seen some of his, or he's kind of painting them and talking. I know.
Yeah, I've been considering doing that for a long time.
T-shirt does some cool stuff right now. I think he's working on some Batman things. He just put a picture on Twitter where he did some cool wash. Where, I mean, he's still gonna paint it more, but it looks pretty dang good already.
Yeah, like, I think I still need to watch this one a little bit more, but most of the light's getting in it. But
nice.
You're the host, Punk Waddle.
Yeah, I was calling out Jed about that, and then he just left again. So I guess I've been christened the host because I was gonna say this earlier that so you guys caught the last couple of weeks that Flora and Wilton were gone, so I did take over. Me and Miss Flu carried it on pretty well, and then I was like, I can respect that. What the crap's happening? I can respect that. What was I gonna say? I'm getting scared now. That Jed was taking over from Matt, and I just the way I've been doing it. And so I'm here to support my boy Jed because he's taken over when Matt was gone.
Yeah.
And Puckwaller, you're taking over for both of them if Jed's gone.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna take over the internet soon here if everybody leaves.
Wait,
hold on. Wait, hold on. No,
Friday Night Tights is gonna be yours.
Guys, this isn't funny because I know I made the joke an hour ago about, if people get raptured, somebody's going to pay to take care of their pets. I'm not anybody's pet, and if you go get raptured, then I'm alone, and nobody's here to take care of me, and I don't know where your wallets are. I guess it doesn't matter if I'm the only one here. I could just, probably go around and eat fish and swim and stuff, and I'll never learn how to... Oh, hey... There you are.
What happened, Punk? What did you do to us, man? You raptured us.
You mean it's all Punk Waddle? Always.
I think I'm half German because I brought you back from deceased. Trust the science?
Yeah. Jawohl.
I figured out what consciousness is. It's based on pondering.
I think therefore I am. I think somebody said that, didn't they?
Yeah. Somebody actually did say that.
Herr Punk Waddle.
Yeah, I think it was that guy who ordered things a la carte or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, on that note, I am going to head out. I've had a headache all day long, including Friday Night Tights and
I
everywhere
know.
else.
I'm sorry,
so,
bro.
Yeah, you had
But,
that yesterday, didn't you, Eric?
yes, I had a migraine yesterday, and I had a good headache, and it just got worse and worse as Friday Night Tights went along. So,
Didn't I hear you
staring
have a
at
dog?
chat
now?
for 5.5 hours. It does that. So
Yeah.
yeah, it does. But Eric, didn't I hear that you had a dog or something now?
I have a golden lab puppy mix.
Oh, that's adorable.
He is adorable and a bundle of absolute energy. I should have named him, instead of Kirby, I should have named him Tasmanian Devil, because he wakes up and he's like a whirlwind. He just running around and tearing up everything, and then all of a sudden, poof, he's asleep, and not anything in the world could move him. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Good for you.
Yeah. In about 6 years, he'll chill out, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I'm used to Goldens, but that lab has
See,
so much energy.
I grew up with a lab mix mutt, and his tail was probably like at the base of it, like 3 inches thick. He'd be in the back room with the washing machine when we'd come home, and that tail would go thump, 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 and like ring the bells in the house. And yeah, he had tons of energy for a long, long time. He was a lot of fun. Though.
Brittany's are the same way. I've had 3 of them, and what they never tell you when you get one of those, well, like one of the hunting breeds, is they don't do like walk next to you. They have 2 speeds: go and stop.
Mm-hmm.
And man, like he was like one of the most I've ever seen. Right up until like one day when he woke up old.
Just like that overnight kind of thing.
Pretty much, like it happened real fast. Like all of a sudden, he was just like, no, I'm good. I don't want to play.
All right. Well, I don't want to keep you from going to bed. I just heard about the puppy talk the last little while ago.
Yeah, well, we're only going to go for only 20 more minutes. So
Okay. The mod among mods, I guess, gets to sleep once in a while.
Yeah. I'm gonna do this.
I'm probably not gonna go to sleep because I got a couple of things I need to watch for a stream tomorrow. So, but I do have a massive headache at the same time, so maybe I'll save it for tomorrow.
You want to promote anything, brother? Because you're on full screen.
Let's see. Tomorrow will be clobbering times for the Saturday night trek, and then Sunday would be Forbidden Frontiers, and probably late night culture. Let's see. If Comics does a member stream, I'll probably be in that.
Yeah.
And X-Ray Girl, I'm usually popping in and out of her chat, making sure everything's good. Monday would be yelling at Park Cars and Cobra Cast. Tuesday is Tuesday night main events and Real BBC. And I could,
Yeah.
you know,
hey, did you watch As play any of
Conan?
Resident Evil 4?
No, not yet.
Yeah, dude, he was owning that shit.
Oh,
I was watching it last night. He's boss on Conan too, but dude, he was really just. It was like second nature to him on there. I was like cracking the fuck up.
He's had like 14-hour streams lately. It's insane.
He had
a
20-hour stream the other night, and I was there for maybe like 10 hours of it. So I was just watching because I couldn't. I was like,
I don't know how he does it. It's crazy.
Well, like that's like saying, "Oh, how did you do a 10-hour stream last week, Jed?" Well, we just did it.
Yep.
But we just talked the whole time.
Yep. I will see you all, I'm sure, very shortly. Jed, I told you I was going to show up, so
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Sorry it wasn't my normal high energy.
Oh,
but,
no. And I gave you your wrench, too. You and Richard have the big wrenches in the channel.
Nice. So Yeah, I just have a headache, so I got to get off watching chats.
Go rest. Go rest and stuff.
All right.
I'll
I'll
talk to you
see y'all
sometime.
later, and take care. Have a great night, and it's nice someone's doing the MFer tonight. So
Yeah, well,
All right.
well, Matt loved my idea. He goes, dude, go do that. That's a great idea. So
Yeah. If,
all right.
Bye.
Bye, brother.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Bye.
if YouTube hadn't been screwing up on and not being able to see that shows are live, I think people actually would know that we were going on right now.
I know. We would know because it doesn't show that we're live, so I don't think anybody's coming over.
Yeah, I had to
couple are.
search for your channel to see that you are actually live. So
I gotta see if I can get that fixed.
I think that's something on YouTube.
On the archivist, it's fine, but over in the new channel, it's because I think it's because it's a new channel.
It's weird. It wasn't showing up at all until I searched out the name of the channel. So I don't know.
Well, if
Maybe
you
that's
have
why
any-
some people aren't here.
Yeah, maybe if you have any ideas for me, tell me later why it's doing that. So
Alrighty.
okay,
All
I'll
right.
get some rest.
Later
brother.
on.
I'll talk to you later on this week.
Have a great night. Bye, chat.
So we got 15 minutes till it's 4, and then that's usually when Matt says, "Fuck it." 4 hours. So we got 15 minutes. What do you want to talk about for 15 minutes?
Well, you're still live on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's just a weird glitch tonight. The other people are having issues too.
So
Yeah, my guess is it's either StreamYard or YouTube's being retarded like usual.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do about it.
yeah, so
But let's have fun.
Oh yeah.
15 minutes of fun or fame, your choice.
15 minutes of the punk waddle.
I mean, I get my time on the show. I mean, I don't want to take over this show. I mean, you're taking.
Oh no, dude, no.
If I'm pretending to be the person who's pretending to be the person who's pretending to be Matt. Actually, you know what, mother effers? Matt used to have a mohawk. I have a mohawk. I need a beard. I could be Matt.
You need to put a beard on for this next Friday and come over with the beard.
Okay. Figure out how to do that.
Yeah, but you don't want to be punk waddle Jack Murphy.
no punk waddle Jack.
Whoa. Oh, okay, Mr. Elagabalus. If I have a beard with 2 streaks of gray in different tones, and it looks like a big, like, I don't know, like a big like coffee cup thing just glued onto my chin,
Yeah.
then you could call me Murphy Waddle. But until that day, no.
So
Fair enough. Enough.
What? Low Spec just said Rumble just posted Babylon 5 game over there.
Ooh.
That's the reason why I started a Rumble channel. Which one did I go on? It's one of them. So yeah.
There you go.
I'm looking to start doing some exclusive content on Rumble because
because we can actually talk about things over there. And then I was thinking some nights, some weeks, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go over to Rumble. We can just bullshit all we want and won't get in trouble.
Because there's some people now they'll do like one night on YouTube and another night on Rumble.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
No, if there's a night you guys are available to start Rumble, I'll do it on my channel. We'll just hang out for a while, bullshit, and just freaking
I think that'd be awesome, Pope. We bring Punk along, you know.
Absolutely.
I gotta sleep sometimes.
It's interesting how Rumble has outpaced Odyssey by miles.
Oh yeah,
because they've intentionally leaned into like, hey, we want all types of content, not just political stuff. And Odyssey really hasn't.
And I had the Odyssey account. I haven't done anything with it because nobody goes over to Odyssey.
Oh, when Comics does Rumble, Odyssey, and YouTube, by the time he ends YouTube, the Rumble side's packed with people, and there's like 15 people in the Odyssey side.
Hell, I usually, when it comes to either comics or Arcada streams, half the time I start over on Rumble if that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I've noticed people do that
at the beginning.
Well, Rumble's a lot more stable than it was too.
Yeah, they've come a long way in the last 6 months.
And it's fun to interface now. So
And the UI is a lot better than it used to be.
I can't, and I tried to do this. I cannot add Rumble StreamYard yet, and I don't know why. So,
I can walk you through that.
okay.
It's a thing you have to do behind the scenes with Rumble.
Oh, okay.
But
Because I was going to do it for tonight, and it wouldn't let me.
yeah, it's something you have to set up well in advance. So like,
Okay.
you're gonna want to do like a test stream over there, and you don't even have to put it public. You can just make it private.
Oh, okay.
And it'll send you a URL once you get everything set up and all that. And
Oh, so is it that for every time, or what?
I don't know about every time. I've only tried to do it once, and I wasn't successful. But it had nothing to do with Rumble. It was on my end.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's. I don't know if you have to do it every time. I don't think so. Mark the Cyborg would be a great one to talk about.
Yeah,
that.
but he's busy a lot, so
yeah.
he's super busy.
Honestly, shoot him an email. He'll
Yeah, I will.
get to you.
Toxic.
Yeah, well, so when we go over there, we're gonna be able to show some,
Yeah, Tox would know a lot. Too.
streams.
Tox is one of the harder working producers out there for sure.
He really
Well,
is.
I he kind of taught me some shit, so
Oh yeah, he's been really helpful.
Yeah.
I mean the fact that his lady flu is part of our show helps. That now we talk to him.
She's really nice. She's a sweetheart.
Oh yeah, it's I'll tell you one thing. Some behind the scenes, I think it's fair to say that she's great at organization and keeping us on track sometimes. Like Floral is the editor. He's like the creative mind. The stuff that the amount of effort he puts in, the amount of the fact that he didn't really know how to edit over a year ago, and the quality of stuff that he's putting out and really putting into is really impressive. So you got him. He's our definitely the creative backbone for our group, and the guy who does all the editing and all the stuff that I don't know how to use yet, but maybe I should learn.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how did you guys like that video tonight?
It was well done.
Yeah,
I mean, they would just threw it together within that for a few minutes, but I
mean, that's as much editing as I really know how to do. Is just
I could have done better, but I didn't have time. So
yeah, I mean, for on the fly and all that, I mean, it was good.
Yeah,
so
hey, Jed, do you plan to have your own Gilded server, or are you going to stick with Foulball?
I don't think there's enough people that want to go into the Gilded yet.
I mean,
I already do. So
yeah.
Well, I know that Gilded is alternative for Discord, but some people have Discord servers, some people have Gilded servers, and I'm kind of in everything.
Yeah, I'm heavily in Discord. I run like 5-6 servers on Discord.
Yeah.
And then I run Matt's, I run mine, and I run a family server over on Gilded. So
I'm on Discord in other people's servers, but my server is on Gilded.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have. That's what I was doing with Shortcut today, and Shortcut locked up on me, low specs.
Oh, no.
I was pissed, and it lost my video that I was making today. It's never happened to me before.
I use CapCut, and it's usually pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
And
What's
it's
that?
also free. So.
Yeah, well, I was going through the camera that Matt gave me, so I did that all through Canva. So.
Yeah, that's a good one. I hear. I haven't used any of them, but
Canva's pretty good. I still need to play around with adding music into it because I'm debating on whether to pay for DRM free music or whatever, or just make my own.
Also true.
Yeah.
Well, did you notice the stuff that was in the final count? That wasn't them. That was
it's a cover. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cover. So I was like, okay, I'm cool because that's not them.
You got to be careful with that, though. If it notices the same chord progressions as a copyrighted
Yeah,
song,
I know. That's the reason why I tried to get something that was off from the tone. You could tell.
Now, you know how to defeat that, sort of, is to either speed up or slow down the tempo. It'll sound cursed as fuck, but it kind of fits our aesthetic here.
Yeah, I know. And I was
that's true.
When I did the picture tonight, Matt was just like, when I showed him the picture last night, dude, I was like, Bootleg MFer Roadhouse? What the fuck?
One of the best ones I've seen recently is Texting the Black Pants Legion. They had this thing playing in Parkitect that was like a rip of Barbara Ann played at like half speed, and it sounds demonic and cursed as fuck. It's amazing.
You know what? I'll say this, Jed. Being that it's a Roadhouse, I feel if I only other comment or critique would be lean into more Patrick Swayze clips. That's about it.
Oh, you mean like this over here?
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
Well, how are we supposed to know when that is?
You won't. I'll let you know. You are the bouncers, I am the cooler. All you have to do is watch my back and each other's. Take out the trash.
I mean,
that was nice.
Yeah.
Give me more Patrick Swayze.
I made that one. I made that myself.
No, it was good. It was really
I'm somewhat disappointed that you don't have the Chris Farley.
No, I didn't have time, dude. I'm like,
yeah, and even if it's like a something from Ghost or something, just a lot of Patrick Swayze stuff.
Or Red Dawn.
Red Dawn has to be in there constantly.
Like
I was gonna get some of the because I knew you were gonna be on the show. I was gonna get the South Park episode with fish sticks tonight, and whenever you said something about fish, I was gonna do the fish sticks.
No, I like it.
You like fish sticks?
I mean, you could pull that bit again, and I'll try to act surprised.
I was like, I can't put it up now because it's too long. I would have to cut it down.
Oh,
and I didn't know how to edit things a while back. It's took me this long to do stuff because Comic showed me, Flu told me, he showed me, Talk showed me, a bunch of people. They all helped me along the way. I'm way better than I was back when I was on, when I first started on Content Connection and everything else over on, his channel. And because I the funny thing was, I started, Culture told me, he goes, I said, I want to go out and just do a bunch of stuff. And he goes, well, be a whore yourself out on every stream.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so I basically did that, and somehow I ended up on the Throwdown every now and then I ended up on here, and then I ended up on other streams, and I was just like, my first big stream that I was on, the big one, they had all the big mouths of YouTube on there, and I just got thrown in. He's like, "Okay, kid, let's see what you got."
That's the way to do it.
It was my trial by fire. It had
I had the easy. I think I had the easiest intro to YouTube ever because I ended up on a stream on a Sunday morning with Nick Weiser and Imperatus, just talking about a bunch of metal albums.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
This is just shit I know.
Chet gives whores hope of making it big.
Yeah, you can keep that tagline. That's fine.
It'll only ever get so big. It's Jed we're talking here.
Hey Jed, are you gonna do more maybe some Patrick Swayze trivia or some information about
I
his
was
films?
thinking about doing more some stuff because I got to, well, you told this, but then after you said that, Matt goes, "Hey, I like that idea. You make me want to keep it." And I'm like, so if he has a vacation or something, I already have the Roadhouse stuff all made up for us.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So if he can't do the week, I'm producer to the rescue. Go and throw it on my channel.
And then we'll have to have Punkwaddle have his own little backup just in case you're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, man, the meta is real. But to be fair, jokes aside, the fact that you were able to throw it together like this and get some help, and it always takes a little more help. And appreciate all you guys who aren't here right now that helps all this come together.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun, and it's I think you're hitting our stride.
Yeah, Jed. Sorry I was late. I really wanted to.
Oh, you got some sleep. That's what you need.
Be part of it, and I'm really impressed with what you've been able to do in but like
Yeah.
days, really.
Yeah, Matt was like, "How did you figure that out?" And I was just like, "Dude, I just like kind of like Floral's the mind over there at your guys' place."
Yeah.
I think of like half that shit you saw on the MFer like the past month. I thought that shit up, and then Matt's like, "Dude, that's fucking genius."
like having somebody that you can be creative and really bounce back. Like actually, okay, I'll tell you this: that when Floral, when I became a mod like around January for Floral, because he wasn't had much. He was doing build streams, and it was about the time he was building Wilton. Wilton was born. Anyway, so we started bantering, and we kind of just when there was nobody in the chat, I just kind of banter with him. We talk back, and we just joke around, and we hadn't streamed it all yet. But he's like, "Hey, you're pretty fun. I got some ideas," and so we bounced some ideas that some of that led to his parody of "Dude Looks Like a Lady." Not dude looks. Sorry, she's a lady. Instead of he's a lady parody. Yeah. So I'm getting tired, but yeah. So what ended up to be he's a lady. Like he's like, I want to parody. I want a song. I was like, what about parodying this? And he's like, oh. So we kind of bounced back and forth a little bit, and then he's like, that was fun. Hey, want to work on some other stuff? Yeah, I got this idea. Hey, do you want to be on the show? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to be a co-host? Sure.
Yeah,
hey,
you're explaining how I started at the
I mean,
effort.
I really just like I've been modding for the Nerdtorial Life Form. He was my first. He gave me my first range.
He's a good dude. Yeah.
Oh, he's a really good dude. And then I started hanging out with Zax and Salty, and like hanging out with Zax and Dildo and these streams. And then Zach's like, "Hey, you should come over here. Hey, you should come over here. Hey, these are good people. You should come over here." And they're like, "Punk Waddle's in the chat. Woo!" And then Punk was a mod. Woo! Hey, Punk was a wait. He's a puppet. Yeah. Woo!
Oh, I did mod.
Yeah,
I did mod drafts.
That just happened
tonight.
on this show.
I did mod drafts tonight.
What'd you say, Pope?
Soul Assassin's like, oh, you ever been mod drafted? Like, yeah, tonight.
Yep.
Usually people are smarter than to make me a mod, but I
don't give a
this
fuck.
is Jed we're dealing with here, so
That's true. Oh,
I gave Punk a mod too, so
yeah. Hey, you know that guy Drunk Waddle that was on a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
He's officially a mod on Mag's channel, FYI. Took her a little convincing that Drunk Waddle wouldn't abuse his power, but he passed the test.
Excellent.
Yeah, he is pretty proud of that one.
Well, I'm still new to this, and I just find it very entertaining to watch how you guys all work and interact together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I start coming up like the last night I came up with the idea of doing the whole video because literally my first draft disappeared on me and then I went and redid it and then today it disappeared on me again. I was like, oh my God. So I threw all that stuff you saw together within 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
That's impressive. It really is. I mean, just because you've done it before doesn't mean it's not impressive that you did it today.
Yeah, so
this was a nice inaugural stream. It really was.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys.
It'll be nice that you're the official backup when Matt can't, when he's working or he's on vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, hey, dude, what do you think? How do you think this idea? Because he hasn't said anything to me all week. Because I've been texting him to see him, checking in if he's okay, and are you fucking buried in bush or some shit right now? He goes, dude, I've had a great vacation. He goes, dude, I love your idea. Run with it. And then I was like, yeah, next week, this Friday, we can talk shit about what we did on the other one.
Yeah.
And you might be doing 2 streams a week if he's has to work.
Yeah, so.
But no, this is good. I'm happy to be part of it. Great to be working with Pope and Punk Waddle and Jed. You're becoming the leader of a pack.
Yeah, I know. It's funny how I always somehow end up in that position.
Well, I find that leadership is in any given position is usually just everyone looking around until someone's sick and tired of dealing with it and just takes charge.
Yeah, I was like, with Matt, I was just like, okay, Matt, hey, how about we do this? He goes, okay, whatever. And then I was like, no, Matt, we got to do this over here. And he goes, I was like, no, dude, you can do this even better. And he's like, fuck it, you're producer now. Because they made the joke for about a month, right? Pope? For about a month. And
Something like that, yeah.
Well, then one night he goes, you know what? He said it on air. Fuck it, Jed's producer now. He has carte blanche. Oh my god!
Yeah, and I think we were all sitting there going, "You're going to regret that decision."
But Matt needs a producer. I mean, he's big enough. He's big enough at this point, or he needs a producer. Definitely.
I mean, yeah, it really helps to have someone else who can kind of help push things and run things, and
yeah,
you know, yeah. I was gonna say, Pope. The other caveat to that is somebody who consistently shows up.
Yeah,
like yeah, if you consistently show up and you care and you want to do something, like, okay, it's yours. Wait,
Yeah,
well, I was just trying. No, it's yours.
Yeah, Matt seen that I was showing up and I kept putting these ideas out there every single week. And he's like, dude, you can do this, dude, you do this. And I was like, dude, I would so fucking ace that shit. And then to the point of where I was just like, And you know what the funny thing about this was? Is I put a lot of this together just in hours. Because my shit fucked up, and you know. It's somebody's like, how long did it take you to put this? I did it in hours. Dude, he goes, dude, this would take me days. And I was like, yeah. Like, I was just like, yeah, within a few hours.
Nice.
And I'm more comfortable, working behind the scenes. Like, you can't really count on me when you go live, but you can certainly count on me up to that point.
I
mean,
and then
there's a place for everything.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody has a place.
there's guys like me who are best in front of the camera, just running our mouths and making an ass of ourselves.
Yeah, and like me, I make an ass out of myself all the time. So
that's what makes it hilarious.
I mean, I was just gonna say the trifecta between Floral, me, and Flu is that Floral's the creative mind behind the scenes. I mean, we all have creative. We all work much better together, bouncing ideas and riffing on each other, but. Floral's the genius behind the scenes with all the editing. Mrs. Flu kind of keeps us more organized. She's got the scheduling book and kind of like keeping us on track. And I'm the one who goes out on stream and gets my face and tries to maybe not whoring myself out like you did, Jed, but
I totally whored myself out.
That's not true. You've just been watching my channel for way too long.
But what Soul said, it's 99% winging it and 1% bullshit.
Well, it's really only my channel.
Yeah, well, no. Go back and look at the early Archivist up until like we stopped and we did it. That's all the Archivist is 99% winging it and bullshitting people. Like that's all the Archivist.
I can't fly, but I got wings.
Yeah. So.
Well,
and people are like, are you gonna get rid of the Archivist? I was like, fuck no. We've had years on that channel. That channel's been around for years.
Yeah, what would you get?
Archivist goes back what?
Yeah, I was like, why would I get rid of the Archivist for?
I mean, if we have an internet archive and a pop culture archive, why would we get rid of either?
I know, and I said the reason why I wanted to do this is because there's certain things I can't say over on the Archivist because they don't fit. Like I'm like if we talk about geeky stuff, yeah, but if I wanted to go like we say, talk about people dying and coming back from, you can't say that shit over there. Sure. It's the Archivist. It's like and because you get cornered, and we accidentally did this. We cornered ourselves into just pop culture and shit. That was it, by accident. So we couldn't talk about like politics or any of the other shit, and so we just like boom, pop culture. I'm like fuck.
Well, it has its place. I'm not really into pop culture, but I watch you guys because I learn about it through you.
So.
Well, like that's the amazing thing with the people who show up for my show on Sundays is like you would not believe how many times I see in chat or whatever. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go. It's like I'm listening to this as you're talking about it, and and like Soul Assassin can tell you, I fill up people's playlists up for the week with some of the shit I talk about. It's just like, hey, these albums are great. You should go listen to them because it's just genuinely stuff I enjoy talking about and am somewhat knowledgeable on. And
Yeah,
it's like,
and-
I'll look it up on YouTube.
Yeah, you know, and when I talk about, fucking Soul. We need the archivist. Where are we going to store all our smut? Over on Rumble. That's where it's going to be.
Now we know.
And no one's half the battle.
Although at some point I do need to get the hat.
Yeah, I was telling people about all this shit about 01 and Food Wars, and I know some of these people are gonna go like, "Hey, I haven't seen that shit yet." Like whenever me and 70s and because me 70s and Redshirt have been streaming for a long time together.
Yeah.
So we're like, we just throw out a ton of shit like the Looney Tune tonight. I know a lot of people don't have the Looney Tune knowledge that me and Redshirt have. You know. So we're just like, at some point when he gets it that we're going to actually do a thing. And I said, I'm going to either put it in the archives or over here, whatever you want to do, or your own channel. And he's like, okay. So, and I just want to, especially if I can get some more of our other friends that are in other entertainment industries. Yeah, it's going on Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, and Punk, you can come over, brother. Punk, yeah. You see Punk, he talking to some of the chicks over there. He's a fucking puppet. He's a badass puppet, man.
That could be interesting.
How you doing, girlfriend? He's like, what's up? You want to touch my mohawk?
Whoa. No one said anything about physical contact.
Yeah, they want to see flipper pics.
Yeah.
I'm not showing off my feet. I've told you there's a paywall.
Yeah, later on you can get Punk Waddle's OnlyFans, only $19.95 to join.
No, there will be no only flippers. Been discussed before. It's been brought to my attention. It's not how I want to go about this.
Get them digits.
What? I can count to 2, so I don't think I could be good at getting people's numbers anyway.
People tell their bartender and their puppet things they won't tell their therapist.
Yeah.
Just don't tell me where. Don't show me on me where they touched you.
Here you go. They press on you and you squeak.
Now I'm having nightmares of somebody thinking I'm the Pillsbury Doughboy. Thank you. I'm gonna get you, Jed.
Oh.
Kind of wish we'd all show up as Punk Waddle.
Better than being the Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah, and come through the wall.
The sheriff has come. I'm bringing law here.
That's how he gets that pussy. He's the sheriff right there.
You know, don't besmirch my reputation.
Jed fought the law, and the law won.
He's the crooked law enforcement that gets all the poutine.
What did 70 say? It's all about the clams.
Yeah, it is.
No, see, my alignment, is my alignment is lawful law. That's what I am.
Mine is chaotic neutral.
I'm very much chaotic good.
So, I can go either way and fuck with you.
Well, I'm more like I serve the cause of light by doing really bad shit to bad people.
Look at it. Punk Waddle's a sheriff, but he's here perturbed. to protect and serve that ass. Coming
Hell
to
yeah.
theaters near you.
I didn't sign up for this.
I
wish
did.
I wish this were a paying gig. It's embarrassing.
Punk Waddle is. He slaps the pimp slapper. No, the pimp. What was the pimp flipper?
The pimp Gwen.
I think
Now you guys are just projecting on me because I'm a cute, lovable, furry animal.
Yeah, so we have to corrupt you.
See.
That'll never happened.
Look at Soul has it right. Chaotic neutral is the true pathway to enlightenment.
You will never corrupt my morals.
I think Pope just took you up on that.
Dear God, what have I done?
But what about your alter ego, Drunk Waddle?
Drunk Waddle's a different person. He's not an alter ego.
He's not. He's completely different.
It's a completely different person.
Hey, wait, does Punk Waddle have a flipper, a hoe?
What?
I don't know what that means.
Does Punk Waddle have flipper, a hoe? You're like, flipper, a hoe. And like, you give her the backhand, yeah. Give her the punk backhand, you know. Keep those hoes in line, you know?
Sure.
No, this is amazing that we've been able to fill like 4 hours of just us bullshitting. We didn't even have Ruben here to take up time.
There's a reason, I'll tell you later.
There you go. Well, would you look at the time? Gotta go.
Like, yeah.
It was fun, Jed. It was a lot of fun.
We still on?
What, Punk? Were you going down on yourself, man? Like, what the fuck was that?
I was walking away.
You trying to like take your rib out or some shit?
You make me sad.
This is without alcohol. That's the scary thing.
Look at it. Dude, Ruby got laid. He was so full of life on Matt's 100 show.
Well, I will say he's doing his own thing, and I wish him the best of luck.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to hear about his exploits next week on Matt's show.
The Love Doctor.
The Love Doctor. Splitting skulls and crushing pussy.
Oh my God.
Sounds like me in my 20s, to be honest.
Punk, you do that a lot, man?
I'm not Alf.
I'm not Alf.
How many puppets are there, Punk Waddle, out there that you
In
stream
the universe?
that you stream with?
Oh, that's a better question. I can answer that maybe. So on Under a Rock, we've got Floral Wilton, if he ever comes back. Mrs.
Yeah,
Fournier.
I don't think he's coming back for another.
He might not.
Yeah.
And then you got Coco. He's the white guy. He's kind of a soft voice, but he also does some screamo.
Mm-hmm.
And then I forget the name of the rat. He's been around. He was he was there when we were at Wang's for Comics Division's thing. Obviously we have Mulinda. I think there might be one or two other puppets in there from Under Rock.
You like that moo?
Mulinda? I mean, she's okay. Being one of the Herd sisters, I mean, she's not that easy to get along with all the time.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
Do they move you along? Huh? Yeah.
And then there's the Cotton Connection. You know, you've got Jolly and
Jolly is my homie.
Mike. You've got Commissioner. I said Puff already, and then you've got Snacks with Gator, with Freddy, with that new coach guy, his little gamer puppet, sorting hat thing. You got Fizz Giggity. You got
now the Cotton Connection. That's tonight.
That's tomorrow night.
That's tomorrow night. It's always on Saturday.
If it was tonight, I wouldn't be here.
He would be here right now.
Well, I mean today it's Saturday, so
well, not yet. It's 11:47 for me. So.
Oh, for you guys, yeah, it's really late.
Yeah, it's almost 2:00 for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we better get out of here. Hey, Poke, do you want to say anything? Do you want to promote?
We can do this all over again.
Yeah, we can do it all again.
All right. Well, I am Punk Waddle. I am affiliated and a co-host or main host, depending on if anybody shows up for Floor Under Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And
kind of like me with the MFer, huh?
Exactly. Like while you were actually away, I was like, I'm proud of my boy Jed because I've got to support him tonight because that's what I've been doing the last 2 weeks, taking over for Floral when he's not there.
Yeah,
I feel you. Second best is first in charge when they leave.
Yeah.
And once again, Punk Waddle. I'm Punk Waddle on a lot of major platforms.
Yeah. Do you have a T-shirt out there?
I do have a T-shirt.
You do have a T-shirt out there.
I do. I have a little line of Punk Waddle clothing and a pint glass and stuff and stickers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's pinned on my Twitter right now.
Mm-hmm.
So check that out. And there's little beanies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much what I do.
Okay.
I ponder a lot.
Okay. This is our slave boy right here. So. I'm just joking.
Slave boy, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, me and Matt's the day when Matt gave him a response, he goes, "I'm not going to use all these fucking clips."
Well, I knew the only way it could happen is if he was so drunk that you took over the stream.
Yeah. So.
But that stream will live in infamy.
Yeah, it will, and he'll never get rid of it because I downloaded it. So
every time he tries to take it down, it will pop back up.
Oh yeah, he can't get rid of it because Rob has it and I have it now, so he ain't getting rid of the stream.
And as much as I remain unimpressed with his acting skills, he is one of the best moderators on YouTube. He's one of the best hosts, and all that acting has helped him create that persona today.
Yeah, Matt smashed a lot of pussy then, So,
But I think if you gave him, I think I'd love to see Matt act again. If we could write something, I think it would be perfect for him. So I'm not ruling that out. Ruling it out. Culture wants to make a movie. I think Matt should be the star.
Okay. Wait. We got this right here. Get your Punk Waddle gear right here. His Peter Spring store. Go Punk Waddle. What's up? Rock on, buddy.
Yeah. It looks like people are actually buying stuff because I'm starting to see little messages and people posting their stuff on the
That's good, bro.
And stuff. It's pretty cool.
I have it bookmarked. I'm going to buy something soon.
I never thought I'd see the day where my mug was on everything, but it's really cool and.
I'm gonna come out with my own merch for this channel pretty soon. So
do it.
Yeah. Here, Pope, do you want to say anything, brother?
Sure. You can always find me on Sunday afternoons. For now, I'm probably going to reevaluate that just depending on timing and stuff like that. On my channel for Rock and Roll Religion, where this weekend we are going to be going over Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses. And I think Zach's might be joining me for that one, so that one's going to be fun. On Mondays, you can always find me over on 70s Rock Band's channel for It's Only Talk and Roll. And this Thursday, I believe, unless we have to reschedule, you are going to find me and Sporking talking about the history of rock and roll over on my channel. which is going to be cool. We're going to be going. We'll see how many streams it takes because both of us only have a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
So, but we're going to be going over the entire history of the rock and roll genre from 1955 to 1970. So that's going to be a really fun time, and I think we'll have some other guests on there as well, just depending on who's around and who has time. And then Saturdays, you can always catch me over on Vets Talking's channel for Skinemax Saturday. And it'll either be on my channel or his that we do Vets Talking Tunes every week, where either me or him will recommend a song that we'll listen to and react to.
Sounds
which
good.
is
Okay,
freaking
that's
awesome.
good shit. And then, no, he said, I also mod for Sparks. That guy's nuts.
Yeah, Scott's a great dude.
Yeah, if he ever shows up on our channel.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just I've basically been doing the MFer and then some of my shit. That's basically what I've been doing. This
Yeah,
DMF.
you guys are welcome on my show anytime you want to come by.
Okay.
I'll let you know a couple weeks in advance of what I've got planned, and if you want to stop by and talk about them, go for it.
And I will at some point start doing Rumble. So I'm gonna not push boundaries, but I want to see how far the boundaries are over there. So
About the only one that I know is basically no gamer words,
oh, we're good over there. So
and that's about it.
yeah. So
And I don't even know what that means, and that's fine.
oh, that's a Twitch thing too. So
yeah.
Gamer words. If you say gamer words on Twitch to somebody,
Mhm.
they'll shut the fuck up really fast.
Mm-hmm.
You just said a gamer word. So, well,
Good show, Jed. Thanks for everything.
No problem, brother.
Fun hanging out.
And we'll leave with some Swayze right here.
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
Well, how are we supposed to know when that is?
You won't. I'll let you know. You are the bouncers, I am the cooler. All you have to do is watch my back and each other's. Take out the trash. I'm telling you straight. It's my way or the highway.
You know, I heard you had balls big enough to come in a dump truck, but you don't look like much to me.
Opinions vary.